excited to go on to this. Hello, hello.
All right,
Welcome.
players. Welcome in. What do we got this stream today? We
We
got
are
Nami against Usopp. Is
live
that legal? I don't think that's legal. We got
for
Nami
the
against Usopp.
OP10 case
All
tournament here
right,
at the
so
abode.
listen up.
So we are still
Thank you all
setting
for coming
everything
out.
up.
We appreciate it.
Um,
It's basically a full
Tournament
house.
is about to
We even
fire right
have import
now in
chairs
a
in the back and
moment.
anything. So
Still
it's
getting the
pretty cool.
players' names and everything
So
to
today we're
start it
gonna
up.
have until
Yep, and I
1:50
believe we
here, and
have
then we're gonna have top cut.
81 players.
I
If
think
you guys
so.
be
Yeah.
patient, we're gonna be getting together as you all play round one and get that
Let's
passed out.
see.
So please stay seated. Try to,
Get the
keep the
names of the
volume down
guys.
as much as possible to let the other players around you finish their
So yeah,
hand.
everyone
But we're
tuning
gonna start
in.
passing it
We
out. Nami,
are
you wanna get out
about
and
to
move,
fire up. Jordan
and
is
we don't be
announcing the
hanging you
last
out for
stuff.
participation. So please keep it
Johnny,
in
welcome
mind.
to the stream.
Um, I'm the judge. I'm the head judge, only judge. Jordan,
It's
as it
Kyle and
goes.
Tony.
If
Which
you
one's
get any
Kyle?
questions, let me know. Just raise
Um,
your hand, yell
Kyle
judge.
Hmm.
on the
I'm
right,
not.
and then
I'm
Tony on
not.
the left.
I've only been an official judge for one day. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
But seriously, if you guys have any questions at all, just raise your hand, yell judge. Do I have any questions right now?
All right.
Anyone?
So, yeah, now that we're firing
OP10
up right
is
now,
legal. The
this
ban list is
is
active. Everything's
OP10
legal
case
first.
tournament.
That's what we're
OP10
going
is
by.
legal, non-ban
The
list though.
back
So
room
we are
is
still
across the street
utilizing
to the right.
the
If you're
format
facing
before
outside, you're gonna
April.
cross
So
the street, go
just
to the
because it was
right.
last minute, so the
We
players
didn't
are
have
going
to
to be
build them
allowed to
over.
do
There's a
that.
nice
And I
vacuum
think it
there.
is going to be interesting pre-ban list because
But
I
yeah,
think
other
we're
than that,
definitely
if
going to
you guys
see maybe
have, I guess
50-50
there's
of
there's a couple more now.
post-ban list
We
decks and
have
then pre.
the official like Coke drinks and stuff. All the
Oh
players get
yeah,
a 10% discount
I know
for the
Jordan is
university. We
talking
got
here
snacks
right now. Big
coming.
announcement.
And then also, oh, here's a big one. I guess I should have probably remembered this. Me and my cousin are actually starting to design some shirts. I've got I think
Well,
4 or 3 of the
Doing a
designs
self-plug.
that he's created
self
so
plug,
far.
yes.
We're having like
Not sure if you
10 people just
noticed it,
send
but they are like some
design art.
Pokemon shirts. I
But
think like
I've
a
got a
Gear
couple of
5
those shirts in
Luffy.
there if you'd like to order
Um,
for your size. If
I
you'd
think
like
it was
a
Venom
signed
shirt as well.
shirt, I'd
Oh,
really
that's
appreciate
nice.
it. But
So
yeah,
yeah,
other than that,
very
you guys
interesting.
got
Jordan
30
plug.
minutes and 5 minutes of overtime for round one. You may begin.
So we do have the players here. We have Kyle and Tony.
Yep. I didn't catch what they were playing though because the cards were face down.
So let's see. Oh,
Oh,
a Nami
no.
and
And it
a
looks.
Doflamingo.
Yep.
So we will update the life here. Very interesting matchup. Obviously, Doflamingo can be the aggressor in here, so it can
Yep.
pretty much outpace Nami. Could also just be dependent on the events that Kyle will see.
Yeah, I think Dofi is the favorable matchup. But yeah, if we see enough Kayas, this Nami is also a strong new addition.
Hmm.
Really, it boils down to can Nami keep chaining events
Yeah,
efficiently?
yeah. And then you do see he is using the Desert Spada to be able to reorganize his life here. Or life, but top of deck. And then he will be able to basically make up the next turn however he wants it to. But yeah, going back to that Nami, a very good addition to the deck. When attacking, look for an event card.
Yeah, and Dofi's a deck that at least can deal with it just by having a one drop that can swing into it, so you're not wasting your bigger swings in the early game.
Mm. And you do see this Nami starting off with the swing here, allowing him to look for an event. And look at that, 5 targets.
Yep.
5 targets in that swing there.
So far,
Oh, Hound Blaze.
interesting.
That's a very interesting
That
tech there.
it's an interesting tech, but that worked out perfectly.
And then ends up clearing the Mihawk as well, since the Nami does get that plus 3,000 boost.
Yeah, and here comes a Kaya. Draw 2, trash 2, and it looks like he also has another Kaya in hand. So right now, Nami is starting off pretty strong.
And and you do hear Tony was definitely taken aback by that Hound Blaze there.
Yeah, and I think that Hound Blaze is mainly just for the Nami protection.
Yeah.
Well, Nami protection and being able to swing 8 into another body seems more like a Doflamingo attack.
Yeah. And then it's also going to force Tony here to have to swing at that one cost Nami, or else he's just going to keep getting whatever events he wants from this.
So Nami's going to get by, and then also, too, depending what he swings, it's possible he might counter out of the Nami.
No, that is true, depending on the event. And it looks like he is just going to swing 7 at that Nami and clearing it. Definitely 7 was the better number, especially if, yeah, Kyle would counter out with an event there. Going to 6 Don Pilaf. Yep, I was going to say Pilaf is a nasty card to be able to play there. And then not sure if the Nami still plays Snake Dance. I would imagine yes, to be able to bounce this Kaya back to hand.
Yeah, it still does. Because they have to deck out a little bit faster than they used to, just because of more aggressive decks.
And here we go. Typically, the bow wouldn't really swing, but Kyle will starve Tony here, so he needs to be aggressive with it. Whatever he plays out, needs to outpace it. And there goes that Usopp's Rubber Band of Doom, milling another card there. I always feel like the perfect number to swing at Nami is always 5, 7, 9, and then 11 if you can get there.
Yeah, there's not really a sense of doing in between if you're attaching Dawn. You basically want to hit all the event thresholds.
However, Kyle is a little low on hand size at 4, I believe, right now. Oh, Jinbei. So here we go, Doflamingo's specialty, flooding the board. Very unfortunate for Tony that Jinbei will be gone in about a week.
Yeah, but going as wide as possible, the best thing you can do. Yep, full board here. And then he should, he has a strong enough hand where he's just going to defend Jinbei.
Oh, yeah. But that's what Kyle needs to do, not swing at life, just continuously swing at the board.
Yep.
Keep as many down up as possible for whatever events. Obviously, you do see he has 3 Kais in hand.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Tony's board might be wide, but Kyle has all 4, 2 more Kais in hand, but all 4 Kais.
I was going to say, there's another Hound Blaze. No point in holding on to it, especially since there's not a 1-drop on Tony's side of the field. Could hold on to it to pressure the board, but not worth it at this point after already swinging with leader at. Oh, and then absolutely nasty. So that's already 4 cards this one turn.
Yeah, Kyle is low on hand size, but he's just going to refresh that hand with life. Yep, he opts to save 1 Kai in hand just because he doesn't want to get rid of anything.
And, you know, I haven't really seen that many Namis running around as of lately. Maybe with a bunch of the bans?
No, I think it's most decks can deal with it, either by just consistently playing big bodies. So it doesn't have as good of a win rate anymore. So for larger tournaments, I think some people consider it a little gimmicky.
And here we go. Tony is thinking how to do these swings. If he's not going to play anything out, I say going 7 across the board is going to be the move here.
Yeah, all you need to do this turn is just Dawn attachment, 7 life. Yep, that's good.
But he ends up swinging 6 with the Jinbei. So White Snake will go off, giving him a 1K. Oh, no, he swung 7, right?
Swung 7. So yeah, Nami is now 6K for the turn, which will make those 7s not as good.
Still more than enough, even poking just to get at least a counter out. You do see Kyle really don't have much if he's got to use 3K to get out of that one swing. Obviously, with 3 cards in hand, this is the time to really pressure.
Yep. And with low hand size and low amount of Dawn, Tony is opting just to swing the 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Which I think is smart. Because then at the end, he could swing big.
Yep. And then there goes that snake dance,
Yep.
ending up bouncing back Akaya back to his hand. There is a potential for a leader swing, but I believe, how I said, going 7 across the board would have probably been a little better.
Yeah, it hurts to get rid of the Kaya, but you can't take too many hits here.
Oh, there's a Spada trigger from life. To draw 2, trash 1.
Oh, he's also playing the... Is that Nojiko?
Nojiko is a nice card to be able to bounce and take aggression away from your opponent, but at this state, that Nojiko isn't really going to do much.
Yeah, he's not going to be playing it unless he has extra Dawn that he could use.
However, going back to Tony's swings, like, ended up swinging 3 with leader, or on his leader. He could have swung 7 with that Jinbei and potentially got 2 of his lives out.
Yeah.
So very important. That's why I say the magic number would be, 579.
579,
But he
yeah.
did have the white snake active, but at least would have prompted a little bit more counter.
So bounces the bow back to hand, gets rid of that 6K stat line.
Ends up dropping the, looks like they attack Nami and an Oppius there. And Tony needs to counter out of this to continue to put pressure on his opponent there, and he does with the 2/2Ks. Wonder how many cards Kyle has milled through.
It looks like an okay amount, but definitely not there yet.
No, not at all, but Nami can somehow always get down very close. It gets very scary when you're facing the solitaire deck.
Yeah, Kyle's hand is low right now. He does have
Love
the
beam.
so at least he'll be able to draw off of that.
And then he's just going to go off top decks.
And then Tony has to decide, yep, gotta swing into that Nami.
Yeah, you don't want to give him any more searches off of that Nami at all. Dofi really thinking about how he should swing here. All 10 Don, I believe. I say still going with the strat of 7s across, and then maybe go a little bit bigger towards the last couple of swings.
Yeah.
Could go...
In the beginning, 7s is fine. He's probably going to play that boa back down. 6.
6 is interesting.
I think because his hand size is so low that he's okay with it. But, again, any hit that doesn't go through right now...
Interesting to swing 6. Like I said, if you would have swung 7, that would have prompted that love beam, forcing him to have to use it. And then depending on what he has here, I can't really see. But would have forced a 2K out on the next swing for sure, or having to take the life. There you go, Kyle ends up taking the last life. Very unfortunate that Kyle hasn't really seen any triggers here.
Yeah, he hasn't seen any draw triggers. Feels like I always hit them whenever I'm facing Nami.
Passing out entry in just a moment. Please stay seated.
Ends up doing the boa stack. Oh, there's the peel-off trigger right there.
There we go.
Very notorious, yeah. When I face them, it's just always peel-offs in live. Or impel. Yeah, there you go. Never fails for me. And there goes that peel-off from Kyle. Deck is looking very thin. However, if
Looking thin, but not thin enough at 0 life.
yeah, he's not going to be able to get out of it this turn. You would have to be able to bounce his Kaya's back, but
Yep.
even at this point, won't do much here. Have you seen any gavels?
No. We've only seen rubber bands so far. No gavels.
Yeah, very unfortunate he was unable to see the gavel. It's a pass in it right there. You do
Yeah.
see a white snake. Looks like gavels. Look, is that 2 gavels right there?
There might be 2 gavels. White snake is going to be perfect. Just start off the white snake. Screws up the math a little bit.
And here comes the 7s. Oh, there's a peel off. And then now the gavels. There's the all-star as well. 3 Don left.
And 3 in hand. One's a peel off. Yeah, it's not looking good for Kyle.
No, at best, he's going to mill another 2 with the gavel, and I'm not sure what else he can play with 2 Don. But, yeah, looking at the deck, he's not going to be able to mill out this turn.
No.
6, he's going to give him the hanger. Now swinging 7, the gavel will go.
Yep.
And that's game.
Yeah.
Tony taking round 1 right there.
It seemed like a hot start for Kyle, but again, when Nami isn't able to keep drawing and chaining on events, it gets really rough with the wide board.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's just very unfortunate. Nami obviously does very well into the more stall decks like Bonnie, obviously Anel.
Yeah, anything very slow, it does well against.
Even Black. Black can kind of struggle against it depending on how long it takes to get to the big bodies. But, yeah, Doflamingo just being able to cheat out 2 bodies. You know, Jinbei or with leader ability, Jinbei something else. Flooding the board very fast. It just outpaces the Nami.
Yeah, just being able to swing, use leader ability, swinging that magic number 7, establishing a body. Yeah, Dofi is just a bad match. It's very good in the Nami.
Yeah, and then even then they also have the bounce law that can bounce that attack Nami as well. Yeah, just unfortunate matchup for the Nami player here. Very excited to see what else. I mean, I did see a couple Blackbeards. Even if it would have faced a Blackbeard, that's also a very unfortunate matchup
yeah, it's
for them.
very unfortunate. You have to time everything right.
Being able to play the Burgess. However, that matchup might become a little easier after the Jinbei ban because now Doflamingo won't be able to cheat out that 2-body a turn. At best, it's still going to just be 1 a turn unless on their 8 Don turn they decide to pull out. You know, swing big with leader, use leader ability, potentially hit, and then establish a 4. So maybe the Nami matchup gets a little bit better.
Yeah, it gets a little better in the beginning when Nami doesn't have a lot of Dawn to play with, maybe some low hand size. It's a little better for Nami, but it's still rough.
Yeah. There is also Zoro making an appearance today as well.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that Zoro does today because I think it's a very good deck. But again, the meta is so diverse. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it, had a couple bad matches.
Yeah. Goro in the chat right now. Goro, you should have came out today. Gave Luchi the last hurrah.
Yeah.
Or Ploofy. No, Sulleys is popping right now, honestly. There's about 82, 83 people here today. Huh? Oh, we're ready?
Sure.
Go ahead. Put up on the stream. Oh, these are our Sullysabode pools that we were given today. This is participation for the abode.
That's what we got.
Oh, I got Sabo and Momonosuke. Regional events. But yeah, no competing for me today. Just SG TCG will be commentating the big event for the abode today. So there is that to look forward to. Zoros will absolutely farm the meta right now, especially once they get established.
Yeah, because Zora even still does okay against Bonnie if they can speed it up enough before Kid comes out.
Yeah.
I've been testing Bonnie more in this meta. Very bricky compared to before, but it's still a good meta choice.
That it is. That it is. If you had a normal person schedule, I don't blame you on that one. This was definitely an early person tournament. Probably gonna knock out in a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you guys are not in the main event, there is gonna be a 3v3 here at 2 p.m. Obviously, find your partners. It's gonna be a box for each of your partners that are in the event as
Yep.
well. So definitely a fun time. Participated in a 3v3 ourselves, and I believe we got what, fourth place one time at a case tourney?
Yeah, we got fourth place. We were going to compete for third, fourth, and then I think we all just decided
To
to
take
split the
third.
prizing.
So we got
So,
third, even better.
Yeah.
3v3s are definitely a fun time, though, especially with your friends. At least two of you guys have to win to be able to, win that round for the team.
And it gives you plenty of dirt on your friends when they keep losing match.
It sure does. It sure does. Johnny, we were lucky you didn't pop up today. Hey, you're a scary guy, Johnny.
Yeah. Whenever there's a big tournament, he somehow comes out on top.
I will say, yesterday at Top Cut, he did go undefeated or lost in the last round. Was Top
Oh,
Cut
dang.
in the 8th, though.
I'm
So-
assuming he was playing Bonnie.
Of course.
Yeah.
At all the big events, Johnny Tsunami is always on Bonnie.
Yep.
But what do you think are going to be your predictions to make Top Cut today?
Oh, I don't know. If people are playing pre-ban list, I won't be surprised with the Luchi in there. It's just a very good deck all around. I could see a Bonnie. And again, with pre-ban list, I mean, I think there's a couple good BY Luffy players here. They might give it a last hurrah.
Yep. I did see one of the well-known, Chicagoland BY players, Shecky. Shecky
Yeah.
is here today as well. We did see him last time here
Last time he was
at the
playing
big
Dofy,
tournament.
I believe.
He was playing Dofy, but I know he is a BY main, maybe giving it its last hurrah. I did see Hart was also a big Luchi player.
Yep.
He also was on the Doflamingo train as well, but not sure what a lot of these players are using today, but I believe I'm going to see a Doflamingo in Top Cut. Maybe one Blackbeard sneaks in. There's always going to be that one.
There's always going to be one Shanks.
Bonnie and Shanks. So I believe that's what Top Cut is going to be today.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah,
Who
again,
knows what we see?
It's super diverse. So, I mean, there should be a good mix in Top Cut.
Yeah. And I believe it's going to be a Top Cut of 16 today, if I'm not mistaken. So
I
a
believe
little bit
so.
more. Yep. Looks like Top Cut is 16. So be a little bit more diverse then, because last time we only had a top 8 going into the last two.
Yeah, with top 8, it usually wasn't as diverse. But yeah, with this format, I wouldn't be surprised with any deck sneaking in. Hopefully, some new OP10 leaders will be in Top Cut. Like
Caesar the
Smoker,
Clown.
Caesar's not a good deck, but surprisingly can stomp on like Bonnie. It's actually a terrible matchup for Bonnie.
Hey.
Disgusting deck, but it's really not that good.
White Tea Sugar, we did have a player come up to us.
Oh yeah, there's some sugars.
Yep. Max Rarity Sugars, too, is what they told us.
Yeah.
They did want to be on stream today. Caesar is a clown.
Yeah, sugar's also a good deck. It just depends if they see what they need.
You need to draw what you need.
Yeah.
I know that's what that deck is about. But there is about 8 minutes left before overtime, and then the round will end here. So we will be taking a short break before we come back here. All right, we are back going into round 2. This time we are going to have ET Found Home and Osimo. So ET Found Home will be on the left. Not sure what they are playing here. Oh, we have Usopp and Shanks.
Usopp and Shanks, interesting. I think Usopp does pretty well against Shanks.
I'm not sure. I haven't really seen much Usopp play, but it is very interesting how it can go.
Yeah, it's still 50-50, but I think the Shanks really wants to see some Rayleighs to lower power, also control board. But yeah, Usopp just having access to a lot of blockers and that draw power off of them is going to be really, really good.
Yeah, being able to just continuously find the pieces and, you know, be able to reduce and get rid of Shanks's board.
Yeah, and because Shanks also wants to stay on curve most of the time, that Kiro's bouncing back like those early bodies is going to be good because then it's just counter power for them. They're rarely putting it back down.
Yeah. And we do hear Jordan announcing to the players here that even if they do go X1, a lot of people like to drop after it. Of course, how we talked about earlier, this is a top 16 cut.
Yep.
So even potentially going X2, you might have a chance of getting in there, bubbling in.
Yeah, there's enough players and enough rounds where, yeah, that X2, I mean, it's possible. Well, yeah, if you're X1, there's no sense in dropping right now.
Yeah. So it's always a chance to try to get there and potentially win some of this case.
All right. Looks like they're about set, or almost set up.
Yeah, it looks like they're mulliganing again.
Yeah. In this matchup, I don't know for Shanks if opening hand really matters. I think it's about what you usually want. And then I think Usopp is pretty much the same. You want to see stage, you want to see Leo. If you don't see stage, like a couple searchers is fine too to find it.
So do you want to open up with stage or do you want to open up with Leo as Usopp?
I always prefer just to have stage. Like, if I have a stage and no searchers, that's fine. I'll figure it out later.
Because then it also allows you to start attacking into all these characters on the board.
Yeah.
So it looks like ET Found Home is going to mulligan his hand here. Shanks keeping it. ET Found Home chose to go first. He is the person that won the dice roll. Interesting, because I know Shanks wants to go second, but looks like Usopp's curve wants to go first.
So it could go either way. I think maybe if you need to deny a bad matchup, but first is probably better, just so you can play out Rebecca right away.
And we do see Usopp opening up with stage, which is exactly what he wants to see. Now his characters are able to attack into Osimo's active characters. And it looks like it was just a 2-don turn and pass. We do see some Shanks still running, Uda or Red Hawk as well.
Yep.
I know Divine Departure has been taking in a lot of the space, or taking in Red Hawk's space. But
yeah, and in this matchup though, like in the early turns, I would almost never want to Red Hawk Usopp, just because you're getting that draw.
there had to be a certain hand requirement though, right?
5 or less. Yeah, it's if you have 5 or less cards, if one of your characters were to leave the field, you draw 1 card.
Very interesting. And then here is that Sanji card coming out.
Yeah, I think that's.
Or it's Tony Chopper, but it's in Sanji's body.
yeah. No, that's a good new card that Shanks is running. I think usually like a 2 of, just because it's a 2K and an early blocker that blocks for 7. But this is where it hurts not having their Lucky Roo, but instead playing the Chopper.
So yeah, that Zoro will knock that Chopper out on play. Also having the mill too. I believe that's probably his second Rebecca that's hitting the trash. 7-drop. Oh
Yeah,
no.
that's definitely a little tough.
Looks like it's just one, but looks like a Cavendish and maybe another Zoro there.
Yes, I believe that's Cavendish, Zoro, Stage, and Rebecca.
And that Cavendish is something that you want to see also because it allows you to go up in hand size too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a great card, and then also it's a target that Shanks will want, well, any deck wants to get rid of right away. Because you're cycling and going +1.
And looks like stop deciding what to pitch there.
Yep. So that he was pitching the 2K Sabo and Toy Soldier. You definitely want to counter out of what you can in this matchup early, just because you're keeping your hand size low. So when your character goes, you draw, and then also too, once like Shanks comes out, you're not countering that. You're just hoping to use a blocker.
Yeah, that Rush Shanks is going to be what Asamo wants to find here. And also being on curve, very good position for him to just start establishing them and going big. Because once we get to those big turns for Awesome here, he could Rayleigh, he could Dragon, you know, Rush Shanks, and just put so much pressure on Usopp here.
Yeah, one of the best cards in this matchup, honestly, is Shanks wants to get Usopp down to 0 and then hopefully see that Goldie Roger. Because Usopp, it actually doesn't run that many counters. There's a lot of bricks. So just being able to bypass those blockers, you're most likely going to win.
And we do see the Rebecca hitting the field, so he has to reveal 2 cards here, a 7 and a 4.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has Kyros. He's kind of siding. I think there is something to this effect, though. Where I think depending on the cost of the characters, you might only be able to play 1.
So you reveal 2 cards. If it's a 7 cost and a 4 cost, you get to play the 7 out from your hand, and then you get to play one of the revealed cards other as rested if it has a cost of 4 or less.
Okay, that's what it was.
And he ends up playing that Sabo there.
That Sabo is actually going to come in handy because it's actually going to deny a Rayleigh, so you would have to swing at it first and hopefully get rid of it. Because if Rayleigh comes down, I believe, Sabo just goes back to hand, I think, and then it denies that KO effect.
But it only protects. Oh no, it does base cost of 7 or less. So all of the field.
Yeah, so pretty much anything Usopp is running, it's protecting. Because it's also base cost, not with the +1.
So definitely a way around the Rayleigh play here.
Yep.
So at this point, essentially Dragon is going to be the better play here. But also, he did establish the blocker EDO here too. So
Yeah.
if he is under those 5 cards, he will also draw from that knock
Yep.
from that blocker. So
Yeah, as Shanks, you definitely want to rush down Usopp as much as possible because, again, they have so many blockers that controlling board, it's very rare you're getting anywhere. Because when you do small hits like these, they either just counter out 1 or like that, where it's just block, draw,
yep.
going to have
And-
access to counter. Just
Yep.
really trying to get that Sabo. Because I don't think he has Dragon. I think his only play is Rayleigh.
Yep, and that
So this is going to hurt.
if the Rayleigh is coming down, yeah, that was the only protection and does come down.
Yep, and this is the thing with Usopp. Again, a lot of blockers, a lot of 2Ks, but it's a good amount of cards that don't have counter.
Yeah, just very unfortunate there for the
Yep.
Usopp player. He had the board to be able to protect it, just was unable to protect the protection.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
and there
nice
goes
Age.
Ice Age. And he's only going to be able to use it for 1 more week.
Yep.
So we do see another Zoro here, and is gonna knock the Rayleigh there. Having the rest of Zoro, or having to rest the stage also to be able to use that Zoro effect too.
Yeah, because I know before the ban list was announced, people that were playing Usopp, I think, were shifting to running to Ice Age, because even though it's another brick, if you play it with Kairos, you're bouncing anything off the board, and then also with Zoro, you're KOing 9s. I mean, it's a very efficient card in Usopp. I mean, any black deck.
Yep. And then there goes that good thing about the stage there, being able to still swing after establishing the Zoro. So Zoro was alone able to clear 2 bodies this turn from Shanks.
Yep.
And it looks like he's
running
running the
a-
Rush Luffy, or Unblockable Luffy.
Yeah.
Very interesting tech there. Maybe using it for Blackbeard.
Yeah, for Blackbeard, again, it's also helpful in this matchup if you can get him down low enough. But that is interesting because it is another brick. And I feel like if you're going to play a 5-cost Luffy, the new starter deck one is a very good card in Shanks.
So we do see Awesome establish that Ben Beckman trashing the Zoro, which is the only way to be able to get it since he did have the blocker EDO there. The Usopp triggers even with the trash abilities?
It's, yeah, as long as it's removed from the field by opponent's
Oh.
effects.
Very interesting.
We've been seeing that type of phrasing actually pop up a lot more often now.
Like Kuzan cannot be removed by anything. And here's that Leo going into play here. So that Leo on play, you're going to rest your leader or one of your stage cards. And look at the top 5 cards. Reel up to 2 Dressrosa cards other than Leo and add them to your hand.
Yep.
And then trash 1 card from your hand. So at least plussing 1 card. Technically just filtering it out.
Yeah, it's filtering out.
Just replaces itself.
Yeah.
And being able to cycle out a stage that was just a brick in his hand. So very good from that Leo there.
But also, too, depending like what you're playing in Usopp, building up that trash is really good. Because there's the, is it King Kong gun? Where you plus 6k and then double attack. And then also the 7-cost Luffy being able to restand itself.
Thing is absolutely nasty.
Yep.
And you do see a Suru going on play to give that Ben Beckman -2 so Kyros can bounce it back to hand.
Subaru is an interesting tech choice, too. I guess really trying to get that minus cost just to keep bouncing back those bigger bodies.
And of course, how we talked about that Ice Age ban, potentially we start seeing Tempest Kick start being put into the deck.
Yeah, I could see being put in the deck because usually you can get the 10 and trash fast enough.
And an Awesemo did take the swing there from the Rebecca 5K. So maybe he's potentially looking for a piece that he needs, maybe that Rush Shanks.
Yeah, he's looking for something here. He might also want to keep some counter for when he does play a big body. He doesn't want that going by Kairos just swinging into it.
And looks like he's got the Bomb Shanks as well, which on play will KO, I believe, a 10K or less.
Yeah, it's a 10K or less.
So that Kyros will be able to get knocked right here.
Yeah, so he has options here. It looks like he's going to be opting to use that KO Shanks just to get rid of the Kyros.
Which is the smart thing to do. He's swinging 5 at the Rebecca to either bait out a counter or the blocker.
Yeah, it is, because Awesemo is super healthy, and Kyros is the only meaningful body right now.
Yep, and ends up knocking the Rebecca there. So the Bomb Shanks will take out the Kyros as well.
That was also a smart move, because if Usopp isn't wide enough with meaningful bodies, even though Rebecca's only a 4K, just being able to attach 1 Dawn and hit for that 5 or use leader effect to 1K is good.
Oh, yeah. He's just lucky enough that he didn't counter out to protect it.
Yeah.
But even then, attaching 1 Dawn could actually make a lot in the deck, but still. And then here comes the Leo search again. We do see a Cavendish, a Red Rock as well. Looks like a
Yeah.
Frankie too.
Yeah, at this point, Cavendish really isn't like a prime target.
Hmm.
But it looks like he's just taking it because I think that was a Red Rock, something else.
He took
But
a Frankie and a Zoro.
yeah, but in this matchup, especially with the Ice Ages and whatnot, just keep trying to remove those bodies if you can. Let's see what he opts to do here.
Do you think he might have another reduction card? Maybe another Ice Age to potentially try to get rid of this?
I think he's actually not in a great spot, so I think he's going to opt to just start chipping.
There goes the 6. He's got a Barto there.
Yep. And I think Osimo realized that with the Dawn
Oh,
placement.
there goes the Toy Soldier, which will trash itself to give it -3. So Shanks is down to 7 cost right now.
Yep.
Maybe might need another Toy Soldier here.
I think. No,
Oh.
I don't think he does. And also, too, the Usopp, he has majority of his 2Ks in trash already. So
Yeah.
that's actually pretty rough.
Oh, looks like he's opting to just swing big with the Rebecca.
Yep. Which in this matchup, it's not getting you anywhere, especially with 3 life. I
Yeah,
could
so
see him just taking it, to be honest.
ET found home just misplayed there pretty bad. I think he thought he had an extra reduction card, so he thought he was going to just go for the reduction, but unfortunately, I don't think he had enough to be able to knock the Shanks there, so ends up just wasting that Toy Soldier there.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
I'm not sure if it was did the math wrong, or I think. You know what? I think he had the reduction, but he didn't have a way to get rid of the Shanks.
Oh, because the Zoro would need to rest leader or the stage, correct?
Yeah, actually.
And Zoro or the stage and the leader are both rested.
Yeah, actually, I'm not exactly sure. We know we got Cavendish, Zoro. Unless what he thought was a Toy Soldier is a Barto blocker.
There is a Barto blocker in hand. Looks like he's swinging at the Rebecca, which will give a draw to the Usopp. I think potentially just going to lead would have been the better option.
Yeah, I definitely would have just went to lead. He's probably just going to put down his Rush Shanks at this point. It's going to force the block.
Yep. And yeah, there is the Rush Shanks there. Force the block. And I think is that Usopp ability only once per turn as well?
It's once per turn. I think he might be worried about Red Rock, but at this point in the game, if you have 2 10-drop Shanks on board, that Red Rock is only slowing down the Usopp.
Yeah, and looks like he might be opting for that Rush Luffy. Swinging 6.
Oh, I think he's going to go wide here, because I think he had 2 of those Luffys.
I'd still think that Rush Shanks would have been potentially a little better, but this is still good as well. So double Rush Luffy.
I think it's smarter to go wide, because also, too, if he takes it, then Osimo will just have game by having one of the Luffys on board, and Usopp tends not to run Gravity Blade.
Oh.
It's usually just Red Rock.
Yeah, so I see the misplay that ET did. So he had the other Toy Soldier there, which he just pitched for counter.
Yep.
However, Stage and Leader were both rested, so he would not have been able to utilize the Zoro there.
Oh, I see. Oh, because he used Leo at the beginning, right?
He used Leo for the Stage, and then
then
he
swung.
swung with his Leader. So in order to get rid of it, he would have just had to rest the Leader. Essentially, no swing that turn, but he would have removed this Shanks here.
Okay, I see the misplay now.
Just took a little bit to figure it out, but we got there.
He did get the 7-drop Luffy. Even now, I don't know how he gets out of this. Because even with Luffy, it would swing 10-10. I mean, you can attempt to remove both the rush Luffys. But just one Luffy sticking on board is almost a death sentence at this point.
Yeah. And we do see the other toy soldier hitting the field, minusing one of the rush Luffys here. Gonna opt to do the Zoro, at least knock one of the
Yep.
Luffys. Potentially might attach Don and swing into it as well.
I can't remember if it still has Cavendish.
So he swung 5 to his leader, potentially trying to bait out the counter from the leader ability.
Yeah. So instead of swinging tall, I think he is opting to do the Cavendish swing into the Luffy. Or, oh, that's Frankie.
Yep. So establishes the blocker, which I believe Frankie itself will establish another 3
Yes.
cost from the trash. So it can cycle these Bartolomeos.
Yeah, on KO, it's going to bring out a 3 cost or less rusted. I think he's kind of out of juice on the KO side, so I don't think he's going to put out a toy soldier. I think it's just going to be another blocker.
He does, however, have the new gate as well.
Yes.
Could establish the new gate to knock the EDO or the Frankie to at least get rid of a blocker and swing maybe 6, 7, 7, 9, 9 or 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 12.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said 9.
Yeah, I think he's going to play with that new gate, I think.
Looks like that is what he's opting to do. Because then that will also give him enough for the unblockable if ET Found Home does leave up one of these blockers.
Yeah, because he doesn't need to be greedy. With ET Found Home only having 2 cards and 1 life, even with the 2 blockers, I don't think ET can get game with the amount of counter that Osmo has. It's not a lot, but it's enough.
Yeah. Not only
think
that,
the
he'd have to
turn-
swing wide with the little bodies here.
Yeah, I honestly think the Dragon play is even a good move.
Yeah. Dragon, attach 2 rested Don to the Luffy, attach 2 to leader, swing
Yeah.
7.
Oh,
Oh,
going
there it
Shanks
goes.
route.
Shanks finally hits the field here. Everything gets to minus 1,000 here, so now we start the scaling 5, 6, 12, 12. Swings 5 to the Zoro. Playing it the safe route, I see as well. Looks like he's gonna counter out with the Leo there. And instead of going for life, he is opting to go for the Zoro to, looks like, bait out all the blocks here. ET Found Home's trying to keep the Zoro to potentially try to go for game next turn.
Yeah, I think it is a good move just to get rid of it. Because again, Osmo has some counter, but if those 2 last lives are bricks and ET has a King Kong gun, I mean, there's a possibility he could get game right then.
That is
Just,
true. So ends up going down to 0 life here.
I think he is hoping, he was basically banking on the King Kong, I think, at this point, and just seeing if he can do anything.
So 6 cards in hand. Maybe he is just going to try to go for game.
Yeah, I think he's going to Leo. I think that's a Leo. And I think he's going to try and search for King Kong gun.
But I think he has one in hand right now, currently.
I thought that was an Ice Age, but I could be wrong. Or he doesn't run King Kong gun.
If you're running a 7 cost for Shrosa Luffy, I believe
you
they're going to
should
run
be,
it.
Yeah.
Maybe not at a 4 of like in Rebecca,
Yeah.
but it's definitely in the list.
Or yeah, maybe.
Starting off with 6K with the Leo here.
Yeah, I think he's just hoping that he's bricked right now, which is always a possibility with Shanks.
So does get out of that with the leader ability and a 1K here. Does have one Ice Age, but I believe also one King Kong gun as well. Oh, and there goes the Leo. Not sure what he's trying to find here. Looks like the Sabo and a blocker.
Yeah, I think all he can do is just put down 2 blockers at this point, but
With the unblockable Luffy, it won't do much.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He has to go for game right here, and it's probably gonna try to do King Kong gun.
Well, he can't now because it only has 2 Dawn.
Yeah, no, I thought thought he was gonna go for a little different there. But Osimo does have the counter in hand as well. This is just fit, and this is gonna be Shanks' game right here.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
It all turned for the Usopp at that misplay for the Zoro pop.
So still has 2 blockers, but yeah, unblockable.
So 3 cards in hand. All Osimo has to do is just slap all the Don on the Luffy, and that will be game.
Because, yeah, with 3 in hand, yeah, I mean, there's no way.
Looks like Osimo's also might have put something else on board right here.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why. Because he just has math.
So swings 12 with the Shanks here.
I mean, even though it gives ET another card, math is still there. So, I mean, I guess it's fine either way.
I don't think he realizes that he has game with just the Luffy here.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
But regardless, gets rid of both of ET Found Home's blockers. Is just going to play out a rested one off of the Frankie. Ends up playing the Rebecca to find some type of counter.
Yeah, I'm not.
It looks like he might play another 10-drop Shanks right now. Very interesting here from Osimo.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, it's still. They were here somewhat early.
That is true.
So.
It is the early morning.
Yeah.
I haven't had breakfast, but we are here at the abode for the case tournament here. $15K leader swing in, and Osimo takes the win here.
Yeah, that was a pretty comfortable game. Usopp just couldn't establish a board presence. You know what? I can't remember exactly what happened, but I know there was like a Kyros, and he had a full board, but maybe it was he didn't have like counter.
When the Kyros hit the board, I believe it was the bomb Shanks. So Shanks ended up swinging 5 at the Rebecca. Clearing the Rebecca, ET did not counter to save it. Yeah. And then that's when he established the bomb Shanks to be able to knock the Kyros, which is the right thing to do that the Shanks did to keep the board under control, take the pressure away. The misplay for the Usopp really was just resting or swinging with his leader and not being able to knock that Shanks, because the upcoming turn, Osimo would have probably just established both Luffy's and wouldn't have that Shank. So would have probably been able to get out of those 2 6K swings, because we did see him do that.
Yeah, because
just very unfortunate there.
When Osimo played those 2 Luffy's again, Gravity Blade is very rare to run an Usopp, just because it already has like a board control presence, like in the early and mid game. So really, you just need the Red Rock. So I think that's what he was kind of contemplating on, and that's why he did the 2 Luffy's, because you saw him playing with the Shanks and really wanted to drop it. But if he had the Red Rock, it could be, you know, he could go down tempo a little bit.
Yeah. But there is 2 minutes, like little under 3 minutes left in the round. We're probably going to have a little short break here, not like the last round, so we might fire off into the next one right away. Just looks like a couple more rounds left, so they will have their 5 minutes of overtime and then go into turn-based. Potentially go into cards and deck. I've seen that happen once.
Yeah, I feel like I saw that recently where they did go the cards and deck. And you know what? I think even cards and deck was the same. So I can't
And then they
remember
went on
what
board.
Yeah, they went on board.
I did see that happen as well. That was very funny. I was like, I've never seen this ever.
Yeah.
But we will be taking a short break here. Again, there's about 2 minutes left in the round and then 5 minutes of overtime. And we will be going on to the next one for round 3 here in a moment then. right, and we are back going into round 3. Told y'all it was gonna be a short break here. Believe it or not, we have our Sugar Max Rarity deck coming up to the top table.
Yeah, he said he was going to come up here. He's here round 3. I told him if I see
Undefeated.
one card that's not max rarity, he has to forfeit.
So, yeah, it's gonna be a interesting match. We do have Dro and Tivo.
Yeah, Dro is our sugar player. Not sure what.
Oh, Ploofy.
Oh, Ploofy.
Actually, they are flip-flopped.
I'm not sure about all of Sugar's matchup spreads, just because there's not enough people playing it, and it's also a new leader. I think Luffy does well here because it goes so wide, but also too not being able to remove that Rosinante easily is going to be tough.
Yeah. I myself haven't dabbled much into Sugar or much less faced any of them. However, I do know Ploofy.
Yeah, Sugar can be very. You're not doing basically anything, or you're stalling for so long because Hell's Judgment, great card, especially against decks like this, against big bodies. Trying to think of some of the others. I know there's like the Searcher counters. There's a lot. Also, too, that new 2-cost Red Igloo event.
Oh, that Red Igloo is such a good event card.
Yeah, Sugar has access to, I think, honestly, the best events in the game. I'm also curious to see if he's running Slow Beam. That's going to be a great card in this matchup.
And it looks like Ploofy won the dice roll here, so I would imagine they choose to go first.
Yeah, Ploofy's just always wants to go first. I don't think there's one matchup where it ever wants to go second.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go second
No.
myself.
Because you're just trying to ramp as fast as possible.
And he decides to keep the hand. So obviously, Ploofy just wants to keep the curve, just swing big directly into them.
Yeah, Ploofy, I don't think they're usually very greedy with hands. I think as long as they have something to play on curve for a couple turns, they're usually okay because they're going to be taking a couple life, a couple draws, and definitely with the Searcher Zoro.
Yep, I was going to say, he does have the Zoro Searcher as well. So, and as well as Law. So it looks like we're seeing both max rarity.
Yep.
So, Luffy Taro, that's exactly what he wants to find here. Maybe off the Zoro finds the Sangoro. So 2 down for the Sugar and pass his turn. So for Sugar, what do you want to see?
Honestly, I think you just want to see a meaningful character. Because it runs so many events and quite a bit of utility that I think you're okay. Like if you see a Rosinante, that Doflamingo is also great, but it doesn't have like a lot of really good bodies. It's just Sugar just wears them down.
Yeah.
And against Ploofy might go too fast.
Yeah, and we do see that new Searcher card from OP10, I do not forgive those who laugh at my family, which allows him to look at the top 3 cards and reveal up to a Don Quixote Pirates type card.
Yeah.
And I think he grabbed the 8-drop Dofi as well.
I'm trying to think, I can't remember exactly how Sugar's effect works. I can't remember if you play an event or if you have to minus to ramp. I don't think you minus. I think it's if you play an event, you ramp. Yes, opponent's turn, once per turn, when you activate an event, add up the 1 Don card from your Don deck and set it as active. And then it looks like end of your turn, if you have a Don Quixote Pirates type character with a 6,000 power or more, set up the 1 of your Don cards as active. So again, very defensive deck.
Yeah, so he did end up using an event there to KO the Zoro, and will restand one of them. Don here.
Yeah, Sugar has access to some removal. It's not the best, but it's something. Oh, plays the Bon Clay. It's interesting.
And here comes the aggression with the small bodies here. So ends up swinging 5 with the law. No trigger from
It does look like he's running
Sugar.
slow beam.
Taking 2 life there.
It is. It feels a little early to do that, but having a big hand size against a deck that's not blue and can't run pudding, it's better to have a big hand size with a lot of options. And Sugar doesn't mind taking some life.
Especially because it's hiding behind a lot of those defensive event cards as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, Dro is gonna have. It's gonna struggle a little bit soon to be able to get any damage in.
Dro does have 7 cards in hand. Ends up going 5 Elliot. I think that's what he declared there.
Yep, I think he is. How much Dawn does he have? I think he's gonna play Doflamingo.
Doflamingo to Rosinante.
If he has a Rosinante, I can't tell.
What does Noro Beam do again?
Slow Beam, I believe it's 2 cost, Don -1. Leader or character gets 2k counter, and then you can rest any character.
Oh, wow.
Doesn't matter if cost.
So very good, very good.
Very good. It's literally the name. It slows down the opponent.
And we do see the Doflamingo play out, Don minusing and playing out the
Yep.
Rosinante. Essentially a Don Quixote Luffy Taro.
Yeah, it's good to attack with Bon Clay now, because again, if he swung with leader first and then slow beam, he's just gonna get rid of that Bon Clay.
Oh man, a lot just happened right there.
Yep.
So ends up using the 10-layer igloo, reducing the
I think the
Bon Clay by 2, also buffing himself up by 3. And then Dro does establish the secret Luffy here, swinging for 10. And another 5 with his leader.
And again, taking that life, going down the 1, it doesn't hurt that bad because he just needed to establish the Doflamingo and Rosinante, and now he's set up to be basically one of the most defensive leaders in the game.
So it looks like that Don Quixote was on your opponent's attack, rest one of your Don, ramp and active. So that's with a very good thing. So you got to get to your Doflamingo to just ramp. Or consistently ramp, I
Yeah,
suppose.
because that Doflamingo is just a big body. It keeps your Dawn in balance, so you can afford to use like Hell's Judgment and whatnot, and still be able to go back to 10 next turn.
Yep. And we do see another Rosinante. Does use the on-play to pitch an event card to draw 2. And now with 2 on the field, we'll be able to restand 4 on this upcoming turn.
And even though Pluffy was ramping, it using its ability actually just helped Sugar in the end, because now like it only has to get through a few life to chip through. I can't remember what Ultimortar does.
Is that
No, that's an old card.
Is it now?
I think, is that from a starter deck or OP1? I want to say it's from OP01 or starter deck.
Is that Senor Pink?
Yes, that is Senor Pink. Still max rarity.
I believe it's this one. It's from this set. On play down -1, add up to 1 purple event with the cost of 5 or less from the trash to your hand.
Yeah, very
so just
great
continuously
card.
just cycling these event cards, at least the purple events.
Yeah, and again, the Dawn -1, and then the important part is that you get it back as active.
And here's that Dofi ability, just ramping that active Dawn as well, just continuously staying at 10 Dawn here.
Yeah, and Plouffe just isn't wide enough right now. I don't know if he didn't have anything meaningful to play off that Luffy Taro, but not being wide, I mean, Sugar is just, she's fine.
Yep. And we did see a bunch of counter events there, but the 10-layer Igloo will lower the Luffy, so he's unable to swing with his leader this turn. And establishes a big mom. We'll probably decide to put one of the Rosinantes, which is what you're going to want to get rid of off the field there.
Yeah, if he wasn't going to play Luffy, Taro Big Mom is the exact card that you want to see. Because it's less about how much life Sugar has, but the hand size.
Yeah, both players going up. Oh,
he's going
really?
That's
I believe
actually good. That's really good tech choice.
Oh, yeah. So ends up swinging 9 into the Luffy, which I believe was reduced by 3K from the Rayleigh. Dro countering out for 3K. Dwindling the Luffy's hand. Now I believe he's down to only 4.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot. Looks like he has Luffy, Taro, Sangoro, Usahachi, and I'm not sure what the last one is.
So is now starting to pressure his opponent here. Swinging another 7. Might take another one of these life. Oh, Dro does counter out.
Yeah, Sugar loves playing this slow. Where Plouffe, yeah, it doesn't want to play too long of a game.
Actually, I don't think I've seen Rayleigh in any of these Sugar lists.
There's Sugar lists, I think, vary like quite a bit. Just tech choices. I think maybe it's more for pre-ban lists for the Dofi matchups, because you don't want them to get too wide, or else you can't really control as well.
That is true, but however, after you establish the Doflamingo and the Rosinante have your bodies on the field, they could potentially help with clearing the board. And then it is a 8-cost body just to put pressure on your opponent.
Yep, there's the slow beam.
Resting the big mom, absolutely.
So that was plus 2K and rest any character. And yeah, he's okay with taking the life.
And ramps again from leader. Here comes the Luffy Taro out now.
Yeah.
So potentially Dro trying to find some counter here. But he is very low in hand size. Oh, there's the giant.
Yep. Yeah, still low hand size, so it's not as helpful right now.
Does only have 1 Don up, so even if he sees another giant from life, you only know there's going to be just 1 giant.
Yeah.
So he's swinging for 7s, forces the giant out.
I think we could see game right here.
Yeah, potentially.
Because that was the Gum Giant gone.
Oh. Sugar looks like baiting out 1K counter and then is going to go in for...
Yep.
Oh, Sugar taking the win here.
Yeah, because it could ramp with the Plouffe. And once Sugar is able to establish the Doflamingo and Rosinante while, like, still being somewhat healthy, and healthy for Sugar is 2 life, realistically, like, you're off to the races. Or opposite of that, you're not racing.
And I've honestly never seen a Sugar match, but let me tell you, that was absolutely disgusting. Just continuously cycling out those event cards and just restanding and using even more. I might need to build this list.
It's one of the decks of all time. Facing a Sugar, it's either just a quick match or it is one of the most painful matches you'll ever experience.
Yeah,
and I love it.
And we did see Plouffe do what it wanted to do, but once it got to the restanding of all Dawn, it would just cut it short. And then those slow beams, being able to rest the big mom, taking away one of the swings, from Dro there, just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, when I was messing around with Foxy for a little bit, I I guess I never really realized how great that card was until I was playing around with Foxy, and I'm like, this is one of the best like counter events in the whole game. It's obviously deck specific to ones that can afford to play it, but it's an annoying card.
Oh, I know.
It messes
I
up
I learned
sequencing,
the
too.
hard way from that Foxy
Yeah,
build.
yeah.
But very interesting. Maybe Sugar makes it to Top Cut today.
I hope so.
That was definitely something to see there.
Yeah.
But again, just a reminder, we did have 86 people show up to today's case tournament here at Sullysabode. If you were unable to participate in the main event in the Chicagoland area, there will be a 3v3 box tournament. So come with your friends, 2 teammates, minimum of 8 teams play for a box each. Very fun format. We'll
Yep.
fire off at, I believe, 2 o'clock here today in the
Yeah.
afternoon. So 2 p.m. firing off that event. Also, there is monthly tournaments. If you were unable to participate in this one, there will be one next month as well. So
Yeah, I think they are still planning on doing this monthly. Also, the 3v3, is there any restrictions on leaders? Did they say?
not that I know of. So I would believe and imagine everyone just uses different.
Yeah, because I know
leaders.
sometimes they say, like, you can only play, like, one color for your team or, you know, whatever. But 3v3, highly recommend if you've never played that format. So come out and hop in a side event.
Yeah, definitely come check it out. Johnny, I will ask him for the list. I believe the shop might have it, so I'll see if I can get that sugar list for you guys here in a little bit.
Yeah, they should, because I know they did submit deck lists for this.
Yeah. But there is still about roughly 15 minutes left into the round. We will be taking a short break. A lot of people still in their matches. And we'll see what we see in round 4.
Yeah.
I hope to see a Blackbeard, unbiased. you know.
I do want to see one Blackbeard, yeah.
But we will be coming back here shortly. All right. We are back. Jordan has it. We are back going into round 4, and we are going to have Sheki versus Zubat.
Yeah, Sheki's playing Doflamingo again. Not sure what Zubat is running right now.
Zubat is on Luchi.
Oh, he's playing Luchi. Okay.
Yep, so it's going to be Doflamingo versus Luchi right now. So very, very notorious matchup that we are used to seeing here.
Yeah.
Obviously, they are both getting their last hurrah with the decks here.
Yeah.
Luchi just absolutely gets decimated after this ban list, and the Jinbeis go away from the Jinbei decks here.
In my opinion, though, both decks, like, they're still very good, even with the bans. They're not like the, meta-defining as they were. Luchi more so, less meta-defining, but both still very good decks.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure the Luchi players are going to cook up a list to figuring it out. It's probably just going to go back to Rebecca Hina, Luchi.
Yeah, people are still cooking it up. The only problem it has with these new lists, again, it's more of like being able to see your pieces at the right time. You can't just recur with Gecko as easily and have a big body. So it's a lot more skill intensive without Ice Age and Gecko, but still a very good deck.
And then obviously Dofi just loses Jinbeis, but I mean it can get replaced with another Warlord that they do have.
Yeah, they can't go as wide as early, but Doflamingo is still, I think, like, it's still top meta deck in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. So Zubat chose to go first, taking away the first-person curve from Sheki. Obviously, Dofi wants to go first to put the pressure on Luchi here. When I would play Dofi and I'm facing a Luchi, I'm just going to go directly to face consistently. Hope to God I find Perfume.
Yep.
But I know Luchi can even then restabilize as well. It'll either have all its 2Ks or it'll have all its bricks.
Yeah, also, too, Luchi going first, they'll have the first swing because Luchi's going to want to start filling trash pretty fast. Because in this matchup, you're just going to be putting down that Luchi pretty early on.
Mm-hmm. Also, you can play Jack on curve.
Yes.
So leader swing, pop any body the same turn, which will allow him to filter, but I didn't see any Jack in the Luchi's hand. I did see the Kaido, so he is teched in for, looks like the Blackbeard matchup as well.
Yeah, I did see the zombie Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
That was in there. I think I might have saw Brook.
Brook, the 6-cost Brook?
No, I thought it was a 3-drop.
Oh, the 3-drop. That is about
Maybe I
the
was
normal.
wrong,
That is the normal one that you would always want to see. So we have now officially mulliganed here. So Zubat is going to be turn 1. I think that is just, I saw Jack there in Zubat's hand. And also Who's Who, which is another form of removal that Luchi does have here.
I think it KO's a 3-cost.
Yeah,
right?
so Luchi leader ability, be able to reduce any of these warlords down and be able to pop anything. So opening up with Spandam, good way to be able to filter the trash as well. And Tempest Kick is the only target there, which is still good for reduction purposes, especially if you are able to establish the Brook.
Also, that Brook going in there, not too bad, because I think I do see a Rebecca in Zubat's hand. So just that early KO recursion is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
And an Ice Age and a Jack being milled off of Luchi there. And Zubat here taking the aggro approach here, going 5-5, which really is the right thing to do. There's nothing early to play for Luchi on 3 unless you're playing another Spandam. So, he is doing the right approach. And that Spandam is going to act like a pseudo blocker as well this turn.
Mm-hmm.
So potentially, I would just leave the Spandam on the board and just go face, start putting pressure on.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to attack that Spandam.
It looks like Sheki might be opting to establish a teach here.
I believe so.
Yep, so Teach is going to hit the field, and he's going to use the Teach ability to attach the 2 Dawn. So might just swing 8 to face, unless he finds another 1-drop. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be 8 to face.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he... Okay, Boa.
So Boa does allow him to see the top 3 and reorganize. Looks like a Grab Blade. And Sheki might be opting to keep it. Boa does allow you to bottom deck it as well, unlike Buggy. So 9K to lead here. Does end up taking it.
Even though it's still very early, as Luchi, would you want to get rid of that teach first? Or do you just focus on just clear the 4 drops for right now until you can get it on a stray with Luchi?
I would want to get rid of the teach just because it allows Sheki to be able to hit his leader ability consistently. Also, if Sheki does see the Jinbei, he's just going to be able to cheat out the 2 bodies, and that's the last thing you want. So
Yeah.
teach is something you're going to want to remove here.
And Zubat does know he didn't have any Perona, he didn't have any 1-drops to put down. So, yeah, getting rid of that teach, he might have to go blind unless he puts down another Boa or draws into, like, a Perona.
Yeah. What did he end up grabbing off the Spandam search?
I'm not sure.
But we do see the Rebecca grabbing the Brook here,
Yep.
popping the Teach, which was a 1 cost here. This is pre-ban list here.
Yeah, bans go into effect, I believe, April 1st.
April 1st, yes. We would have implemented the bans. However, this was kind of short notice for a lot of the players, so we are allowing them to still play with their list. So they still have Ice Age, they still have Jinbeis. However, this will be the last tournament that they are able to utilize them. We do see 6 going to the Brook, being aggro with the Boa here. I believe it's the right thing to do. He has another one in hand regardless to be able to establish another blocker. Yep. So ends up blocking with the Rebecca. And here we go. There's the Jinbei there. And we'll still be able to use leader ability as well. Potentially going 7 to the Brook again. To clear. You don't want to leave that Brook on the field.
Yeah.
Yep. 7 in the Weevil. So this is the board that Sheki wants here. 3 bodies out in 1 turn at best. Looks like maybe Zubat will establish the Jack.
He might. It's a free pop, but if he can do a Luchi play, that would be better. Just because Sheki's already pretty wide.
Zubat does also have the 2 Tempest kicks, so he will be able to do that play, being able to reduce 2 of these things, 2 of these characters down to 1 cost and do a Luchi play.
Yeah, because he will be at the threshold. I don't think he has to swing first. If he's at 9, yeah, you can use... yeah, you can use Tempest Kick right away, because when you use an event, it goes directly in the trash.
And he does see a Moria here. Yep, and there goes the double Tempest Kick. Looks like he's opting to go for the Boas.
Which I think that's the best value.
It is. I potentially would have considered doing the Weevil just because it is not a blocker. And potentially Sheki doesn't swing at the boa next turn to try to have that blocker up. But again, in this matchup, you kind of just want to go to face. So
Yeah.
regardless, either one's a good target.
Yeah, because Sheki knows those boa blockers are not lasting, very long. So you just attack with pretty much everything.
So Luchi ends up popping both boas here. I believe he's got, what, 1 Don left?
I believe so, yeah.
Might just swing 6 into the Weevil. Yeah, looks like he's declaring the 6K swing. Opts to go to life. Regardless, it is going to take 2 cards from the hand. Mills a Moria.
Ooh.
Does have 7 in hand as well. A pudding could do a lot of good things for
Yep.
Sheki here. And he is using that bounce law, the bounce law that goes back to hand, which will force your opponent to bottom deck one of the cards in their hand. I have started seeing this law make an appearance in the decks again. Maybe it will replace the Jinbei as a target.
Yeah, I
some
think
type of
it's-
control.
Yeah, it's just filling another 4-cost slot. It's a 2K. Yeah, it's not a bad replacement. I don't think it's a 4 of, though, but a couple of them are nice.
Yeah, ends up giving him that law as a 2K counter.
He could go for, because I think he has the bounce law.
Yep, he does have the bounce law.
So he might combo that with Jinbei just to stand that back active and spread his board out wide.
He does also have the Moria, which will allow him to grab something from the trash as well. So might be opting to potentially go and grab a boa from the trash as well. And potentially Zubat is trying to play around a potential pudding turn, so might just be trying to dump some counter here. Oh, and here comes the teach play. Looks like he is going to be opting to do that bounce law there. Ends up bouncing the law back, which is also pretty good target because if he doesn't bounce his own law back, there's a world where it just gets knocked.
I don't know if he just saw that. So he bounced a Luchi back to hand. The life he took was a Luchi, and he just top decked a Luchi.
Oh,
So that's 3 bricks in hand. You can't counter with them, so it's not going to be easy to pitch one into the trash.
and you want it. That's where the trash is exactly where you want the Luchi.
Yeah, in this matchup, like, it's good to have 1 in hand, but having 3 in hand is not good.
No, it's absolutely terrible. That was the one thing I hated when I played Luchi.
Yeah, because right now the only way to get rid of them would be Jack Cycle or just placing them on board.
And then if you do play a Jack, it's not going to be any beneficial for you here at all.
No, you'd be playing way too slow. You kind of have to go for a Moria, but I'm not sure what's all in Zubat's trash. It looks like he's going for a Jack play.
Yeah, he's going to opt to go 7 at the Jinbei here, potentially trying to clear it, and then going to Jack the Weevil.
I think he knows he has to get rid of a Luchi.
Yeah. But Sheki needs to counter out right here. He knows one of them's going to counter out and potentially just go to face. However, you don't know what's in Zubat's hand. It's a lot of cards in hand to even consider trying to go lethal here.
Yeah, because Sheki doesn't know that he has, I think half his hand is bricks.
Correct. And this goes to back where I told you at the beginning. Luchi will either have all the counter it needs or absolutely nothing. And he might be considering on giving him that bounce law, and that's what Sheki might be considering here. The bounce law is something you want to have in case he does establish Rebecca, mainly Rebecca, because Sabo won't be bounced. However, it comes down to, do you want to have your board for a potential lethal swing next turn? Ends up letting it go. Found more value in holding on to that bounce law. And there goes the filter that Zubat needed. Oh, there they just drew pudding.
Ooh. Which, it's not good to get pudding because he has Gecko in hand, but at the same time, it's not the worst thing right now.
No, it is. However, he had exactly what he needed for the next turn.
Yeah.
And now that entire plan is all skewed now due to the pudding.
Now, he has one Gecko in trash, though, so he still has 3 Geckos on the deck, and with the size, I mean, it's not crazy. He has a good chance to draw one.
Yeah. Or he just draws into his other jacks and other Luchis again.
Yep.
Or potentially he will see the blockers that he does have.
Yeah, I think it's one of those puddings, again, like, I don't know if Zubat is truly upset about that. Because it's 4 Dawn used just for the pudding when, again, he wasn't going to be able to counter out of almost anything.
No. But Sheki could also still use his teach ability and attach a lot of Dawn.
And get rid of Jack.
Yes. One brick, 2 brick, 1K counter, brick.
Brick.
I believe it's just 1K counter in his hand right now.
Yeah, and again, not going to be surprising if Sheki tries to knock out that Jack. Because also, too, if Zubat even had counter, you got to be very careful with that because he only has 5 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm. And if he does use his teach ability, at best, we'll be able to get him for, I believe, maybe 11, 12K here.
Yeah, I think it'd be 11K.
Sheki really thinking about what to do here, because yes, you do need to get rid of the Jack here, and he's potentially looking to see what kind of counter Zubat has used so far.
Yeah, because he did put a lot of 2Ks back in to the deck.
Mm-hmm. However, if you do just swing big, he would just have to dump his entire hand. Opposite swing 5 to lead. 1K counter there.
And that's all his counter.
Looks like he will opt to just swing all into the Jack here. Looks like that's what he's considering to do. $12 to Jack. So he's considering on grabbing the Gecko to potentially grab something from the trash next turn. Maybe a Jinbei, maybe a Boa.
I feel like it's most likely going to be Jinbei, just to keep going wide.
So Sheki only decided to do Moria for now. He still has the option to bounce one of his own characters if he does not want to bounce one of the Spandems back.
I think the only one he would maybe consider right now is possibly bringing Law back.
So opts to just leave the board how it is. Does not want to bounce another thing back to his hand.
And I think he just threw an Ice Age, so still no counter in hand.
He's in a pretty rough spot because all at this point he could do is probably establish another Jack.
So he does have a Luchi, and I think that's Ice Age. So he could remove 2 bodies while still getting, I think, 2 attacks in.
He could remove the entire board, actually. Could.
Oh, yeah, because he could swing
He could swing into the law, yeah. So potential board clear here for Luchi, depending on how he decides to do this. The Ice Age needs to be used on the pudding, and then leave forward on for the Luchi, swing the rest into the law, and then Luchi the rest of the board. Opts to go 6 instead.
Does Sheki have any? Yeah, he does have 2Ks.
So ends up countering out. I wonder what Zubat is considering on doing here.
I mean, I kind of has to go for the Luch. Was he playing Luch? Oh, that was Kuzan. I thought that was Luchi.
I think he does have a Luchi in hand.
Maybe, but he did get a Spandine, so no matter what, he can get a Luchi out.
Correct. I just see that there was a potential way of just removing the entire board, and now you're just potentially just getting rid of 2, which is still good. I just think potentially going for the full board would have been a little better. And he's opting to go for Law here.
Okay, no, he did have the Luchi in there, so he's going to get Teach and Law.
So maybe an Ice Age here goes back into the deck. Oh, looks like he's going for a Night
you're
Tempest.
looking more for draw power. Yeah, the 2K. Because Tempest Kick is going to do what Ice Age does in this matchup.
Yeah.
But at least you cycle.
I believe he drew a Sengoku. Do you search the Sengoku? Maybe find a Teach? Or Perfume. If you can find a Perfume off Sengoku, I just go face with everything, with the pudding and the Dofi.
Yeah, Perfume might not be too bad.
Checky here really deciding what he wants to do. Looks like he might be going in blind. Oh, Weevil hit. Finds a Jozu. Could establish the Jozu. Oh.
Been holding on to that all game.
He has been. This is also a very good option for moving his entire field there. Does find a Moria, though.
Yeah, but that was the only thing that was really keeping Zubat in the, these upcoming turns. That's a huge setback. But he's got Moria, so.
At best, he's able to remove at least one of these bodies while establishing a Rebecca.
Luchi and Gecko.
There is at least a Luchi that you do want in the trash. Yep, here comes the Moria. Last week you'll be able to do Moria.
Yep.
So Moria, Rebecca, probably Helmeppo, and then probably going to grab the Spandine if it is in the trash to at least flood the board. Probably grabbing a 2K since he does have the Spandine in his hand. Yep. Spandine will have to put 3 CP cards back into the deck to be able to use the ability to play out the Luchi. Yep.
Yeah, and even though Luchi's not in a great position, this is exactly why Gecko Moria is getting banned. It might not be like that great in the upcoming formats, but it's still just a disgusting combo that, you know, they have to consider every black card that they design now that can be abused by Gecko.
Yeah. That is true. And it's basically Luchi's survivability because now he's able to put him cards back into the deck to prevent him from milling out while also grabbing counter and removal from it.
Yeah, without Ice Age and Gecko, Luchi just can't survive as long as he used to.
Yeah. And looks like he might be opting to do a Gravity Blade here. Could potentially do Gravity Blade, swing 6/6.
It's
Well, we
not
do know he's got a counter event or a 2K in hand, so.
Yeah, but it's not the worst decision because if he could at least get him to 0 and take off that pressure, because Sheki, you know, he's not in danger of dying next turn.
Oh, and he's blind leader hitting consistently here. So it looks like he decides to put the bounce law there, which is a good thing to see. You do have one in, no, not a one in hand. Coming up after his next draw, could potentially add the 1 Don onto Pudding and swing 5 instead of 8. It looks like might be, I think that'd be the better thing to do is putting it on Pudding.
Yeah, I think you just put it on Pudding. Oh, yeah, because you can't put it on Pudding because it's not a 7 Warlords.
Oh, that's right. It's been a little bit, been on the Blackbeard way.
No, I've almost done that too, where I'm like, I can put it on Pudding, but you can't.
So 3 cards in hand for Zubat here. Might put, I don't see, I think it's just Jacks in his hand, right? Jacks in a 2K?
I believe so, yeah. So I think he is going to establish that Jack to pop the Pudding, so Sheki can't
Go lethal next turn.
go lethal next turn.
Oh, it's going 5. Forgot to put Zubat down a life here.
Yep.
It looks like he's starting to poke here, trying to dwindle Sheki's hand. And there goes the Jack to be able to cycle here into another Kuzan.
Opting to keep the other Jack, which I think is correct.
Not sure if he still has the Sengoku, but maybe this is where we search. Get a search off the Sengoku.
Yeah, go on the Moria.
This is also not the worst. Going as wide as possible, being able to dig into the deck a little deeper. You think he might leave the bounce law at the top and bounce one of these characters back to hand?
No, I don't. Oh, you mean one of Zubat's characters?
Yeah.
But
Probably the Helmet Bow.
I don't think he should bounce anything back, because right now he's swinging 7, and he would just be giving him another counter to potentially, counter out.
Yeah.
And if Zubat cleared Sheki's board, then, Zubat's actually would be in a good position. So
So he ends up bouncing the law back to hand, and good thing to do because it gives him at least a 1K counter.
Yep.
So if Zubat tries to poke with the Helmeppo and Spandine, he's going to have to work a little harder here.
I think you're just going to have to try and find lethal.
Looks like Ice Age might be opting to do a potential Luchi play here. So this is going to have to be where Zubat gets it here. He's going to have 6 Dawn to play around with, has 5 potential swings. Maybe.
That is the time of the round. Please proceed to overtime procedure.
So now players are in overtime currently. Zubat will be turn 1 or 0. Turn 0.
Yeah.
So Sheki will be 1, and then Zubat will be 2, and Sheki will be the last on turn 3 here. So each player essentially has 2 turns to win it. If Zubat cannot take the life from Sheki, and Sheki is able to at least keep 1 life, he will win automatically with the 1
Yep.
life at the end of turn 3.
Yeah, because right now it's Zubat somehow gets lethal. And if not, Sheki will grab it because Zubat has no blockers. So even if you want a KO route, not going to save him.
Oop. Update this. Zubat trying to math it out. He needs to get it here. If not, it is game. So Sheki did ask Zubat to play a little quicker here because we are now in overtime procedures. Zubat is still turn 0
Yep.
and is about to eat up 2 minutes of this time. Ends up swinging 7 with the Helmeppo.
So all he needs is a counter, okay. And then counter out, and then Sheki.
7 with leader. I think he has no Dawn left. Ends up countering 3K exactly. And that is game.
Yep.
Sheki taking the win there. Very, very stressful situation there.
Yep.
So
And it hurt having to use that Dawn to pop that boa blocker.
it did. Potentially could have just swung in a little heavier. Could have just swung with leader, reduced the boa, but then we do know that it would have popped regardless. Yeah, it was just, I don't think, just depends on the counter Sheki got out of life.
Yeah, if Zubat just had 1K more counter, I think he could have got it. But yeah, him not having counter for like half the game was just brutal.
Yeah, but yeah, it just goes to show. And also in these type of situations, we did notice Sheki telling Zubat to kind of speed it up a bit.
Yep.
They are playing for some high stakes stuff here, so it's just you kind of can't let your opponents slow play like that as well. Very respectful about it.
Yeah, because in overtime, there is ways where, like, maybe you were in a losing position, but, like, technically, if you're smart about it, you can pull out a win, but it's kind of bad sportsmanship to be doing that.
But we are going to be taking a short break here. It's going to be very short. We were just waiting on the match that was at the top table here.
Yep. We're going to be going to the round.
We're just going to allow the
here
players
soon.
to sit down. It's a little chaotic. Not sure if you guys can really hear us right But yeah, we'll be here. Short break, probably like 2-3 minutes while everyone gets settled down in their seats and we figure out who's going to be at the next table. All right. Told you guys it was going to be a short break.
Yep.
We just had to get all the players seated. It is going to be Shecky again at the top table.
Yep.
So He
Shecky
will.
with Dofi, and then Jesus, I believe, playing Bonnie.
Yeah, we do have Jesus at the top table now, and if you guys have been tuning into the stream every Wednesday, you guys will notice Jesus. He's a very familiar player around these parts.
Yeah, we usually see him at a top table in these type of events.
But he is going to be here right now. We're going over to the players. Both players are actually BY players.
Yes. Yeah, they just broke up with their toxic ex.
Yeah, they just broke up with them.
Now, what I'm going to be interested in, I'm going to see if I notice it. But again, this is pre-ban list. So I'm curious if Jesus changed any of his Bonnie lists specifically for this event.
Potentially. I think Jesus did alter it for after bans. Thank you.
Yeah, it's alter, and like I've talked to him a bit because I'm getting back in the Bonnie. Bonnie is, while testing, it's just one of those ever-changing decks. You're constantly like changing ratios, especially on the big body side.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the bans, you can alter it a lot.
Yeah. You have more flexibility in the bands. I mean, you're still playing Rosinantes and Tashigis and your kids.
I have seen some lists starting to run a Rouge again as well.
I've seen it. I'm not sure if I like it, but it does give you something to do on your foredawn turn. If you're playing against like a more removal deck where you don't want to just place down your Tashigi. Like against Doflamingo, Jesus is free to just put down Tashigi right away if he doesn't really have anything else to play or do.
Did you see who's gonna go first?
I did not. Also, too, I think it's changed. It still is a little matchup dependent, but I've noticed going first with Bonnie, I find a lot more comfortable now, where before, usually you kind of wanted to take second. But now I think first is one of the better curves now.
Especially having the carrot.
Carrot, you're now running smokers. Again, it's just more of a comfortable curve now.
Yep. But Dofi is going to be going second here, is going to open up with the pro and be able to organize the top 5 here. And then Jesus, if he finds, well, he does have another Bonnie there, is going to be able to double search this upcoming turn. More than likely, the Perona is going to swing into one of the Bonnies. And then it's dependent on if Shecky wants to allow Jesus to continue to search. I personally don't want to allow Bonnie to search as much.
No, you should never let searchers stick on board if you don't have to. So I think when I was running the Don Quixote package, I think my record hand size was, I want to say 22.
Oh my goodness. That's a disgusting hand size.
Yeah.
Because you're searching with Baby 5 and the Bonnie the entire time.
It was a Bonnie mirror, so all I was doing was just searching. And instead of having to counter out big hits, I would just chump block.
Which is what you don't want to allow here.
And on Shecky's side, obviously, like, you want to see Jinbei in every match, but this is a matchup that it actually is pretty vital in the beginning to have Jinbei, because again, with Bonnie's ability, you're resting one character or leader.
Yeah, and then with that leader ability, you're just going to want to swing with your own leader the whole time.
Yeah.
And he does find the Scratchman Apua. I believe that might be the EBO1 Scratchman, right? It was the regional.
I didn't see which one. No, so if it was the regional one, it's the starter deck Scratchman Apu. So it's a 2K, I think 2 cost 3K. I'm Blanking exactly. I think it's Dawn ×1. When attacking, you rest one of your opponent's Dawn cards. Very underrated 2K.
And you do see Sheki ends up swinging 7K at the Bonnie, and Jesus will rest the other Perona, not allowing the swing. Potentially was trying to just play around the Perona swinging into it, but Sheki, again, how we talked about, you want to swing into these Bonnies. You don't want to allow him to continue searching.
Yeah, Sheki having 2 Peronas now makes it where I don't know if Jesus is just going to swing leader into Perona. He might, because again, you're trying to play the stall game. But this makes it more comfortable for Sheki attacking into the Bonnie Searcher.
And he does opt to swing into the Perona, to kind of
Yep.
pseudo blocker the Bonnie here with another swing.
This is also a matchup where Sheki's going to want to see a Gravity Blade.
Yeah, you want to get rid of the Cavendish and Carrot as soon as possible.
Yeah, all the 5-drops on Bonnie, it doesn't matter which one, they're all very powerful 5-drops.
So Jesus did leave one Dawn up, did find, I believe, another Bonnie Searcher. If he decides to swing the Perona into the Bonnie, could potentially just rest his leader here if that's what Sheki is contemplating on doing.
I was going to say, there's a world where you 2K and then rest leader. So then he's forced to attack into the Bonnie. I think we might see that. Yep.
Yep.
Because you can't leave it on board.
Yeah. And looks like just swinging 5 into the Bonnie. He's going to clear it. Might just establish 2 bodies here. Oh,
and he can
Jozu.
bounce back the Cavendish. That'll slow him down.
I forgot Sheki went second in this match here. So is going to be able to play that Jozu on curve. So was able to clear Jesus' board, which is something that, as a Bonnie, you don't want to happen.
No, but it's bound to happen. Because, again, you have to get rid of that Cavendish.
Yeah.
Because it'll make the next turn awkward. And then even though Jesus doesn't have an established board right now, this is also where you're seeing not having the Jinbei is making some of these turns on Sheki awkward, like attacking into that Searcher.
So this Basil Hawkins is something that was heavily played back when the set first released with Bonnie.
Yep.
And kind of got phased out a bit, but now it's starting to make its comeback again, which is a 6/7, unable to be removed, essentially. You rest one of your opponent's characters if they have active, and gives it a second life.
Yeah. When I started changing my Bonnie and testing it again, I talked to Jesus about Basil Hawkins. I didn't think it was needed in the deck. I thought I needed more chump blockers. But then I realized, again, when you're on curve, like on your 7 Dawn turn, you can smack that down. It's a 7K blocker. Makes it really awkward to remove. Overall, an amazing card. It's usually run of, at 2.
And the 7 ends up connecting here. Does not use the Basil for a block. Might be opting to swing another 7 to, if he decides to block, we'll still at least need a pitch of 1K here.
Yeah, we'll see a block now, depending how much he swings. The reason he didn't want to block with it early is because Jesus really doesn't have a board. So if he blocked with it, Sheki could just respond by attacking really big into it. So I'm curious if Sheki has a pudding. Yeah, and here the players are talking about
Not seeing the
Hawkins
Basil.
was cut. Yeah, so some people, they find it very awkward to navigate a Hawkins turn.
So here comes the block and a 1K or a potential 2K. Yep, ends up giving him a 1K Cavendish, which could either show that he has another one or just doesn't need it at this point. Oof,
Try to do a
misplay
Jozu
there.
bounce. So it's actually going to rest Jozu. Yep.
So little misplay there from Sheki. Thought he would be able to bounce the Basil because he
Yeah.
thought it was rested. However, Basil will rest your own character. So
It was a misplay, but honestly, having another 7K on board
it's not
is
terrible.
gonna be it's
Yeah.
not terrible. It's gonna help because again, right now Sheki can afford. I mean, a misplay is still a misplay, but
Yeah.
he can afford that misplay right now. Because we do see that Jesus has a kid. His other top end is Zoro, which you're rarely gonna play it in this matchup. Unless like you're very safe behind a kid.
Yeah.
Some of the other top ends you'll potentially see is the 9-cost Shanks that KOs any rested characters. But I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a kid turn. But if he uses the kid effect, he won't be able to use leader ability because he won't have it dawn up.
Correct, but he'll at least be able to potentially put out a Rosinante, and we'll have that Basil for
Yeah.
protection. And Sheki will have to establish Dawn to be able to swing into it. Although the Jozu is just going to be one Dawn, it's still, if he decides to swing with Weevil, it'd be 2, or Leader would be 3.
You could always just not attach a Dawn to the kid and still rest it and establish a blocker because usually inclination is still to attack kid. Now, I don't know if that's what would happen, but we also have Hawkins as a blocker. But I think Jesus is really contemplating that Cavendish.
If he can establish the Cavendish, it'll extend his plays once he does establish the kid.
Yeah, because Sheki has already played. I'm assuming he's only playing 2 Jozus. And Law isn't going to be able to bounce back. Okay, so he is going the kid.
Potentially going to do the Dawn attachment.
I don't think he's going to because Jesus is fairly healthy. And you're going to want to rest one of his characters. Yep, which is what he's doing. Because he has 2 7K bodies. It's just a lot. Now this Rhizo, but it's a 3-cost 4K. When attacking, if you have 3 rested characters on board, you draw 1 card.
On play?
No,
or in general?
it's when attacking.
Really?
Yeah. So realistically, you just need 2 rested characters, and then you attack with Rhizo. You draw a card. Interesting tech choice. I actually kind of like it a little bit in niche situations. The attack at some smaller bodies, card draw, gives you something to play early on and off of kid.
Yeah. Five in hand. That's a small hand size for Bonnie.
Pretty small. Jesus also hasn't taken too much life. I'm sure he's also a little wary about putting. I think he's realizing right now he doesn't have to attack a kid. He didn't fall for it.
And that is something I have seen a lot of people fall for.
See, this is the conundrum, and Sheki realizes that. It's like, oh, I don't have to go for it, but Jesus is at 4 life, and it's still on board.
Yeah.
It's a real Sophie's choice.
And it's something that you are going to want to get rid of, and that is what he's opting to do here.
Yeah.
So he's going to see the bounce a lot of bounce the Rhizo back, so he's going to be able to rest the Jozu before bouncing. So a potential, maybe attach 2 Dawn to Weevil, swinging another 8, or just attaching it all on the Jozu to get the, lets the kid go.
I don't think that was a bad decision, honestly.
This does free up the rest of the turn for Sheki, though.
It does, but Jesus can't afford to give him the whole hand. Hawkins is very vital in this matchup. There we go. Jesus gets another 2K. Yeah, because as Bonnie, once you dump your hand, you don't have much time left on your clock.
Yeah.
And Jesus knows we still have a lot of game left to go.
Yep. And although it looks like Jesus is trying to play the stall strategy on Shecky here, Shecky has just really been playing from top deck for the most part. Being able to utilize the Peronas and, you know, map out what he wants to do is okay being starved.
Yep.
Does establish the teach now. So Jesus is going to have to answer this board. If not, he will just be going wide next turn. If he has another kid, could establish the kid with the Don this turn and give himself some type of wall.
This also, too, last turn is when I was talking about that other Jozu, even though it was like a misplay, again, having a second 7K body on board is really good for those kid turns.
Oh, yeah.
You might be regretting getting rid of Kid. Because we don't have another kid to hide behind. There's a world that he drops a Bonnie Searcher.
Might be opting to swing 5 at the law. But again, Shecky also has a decent hand size himself. Yep, opting to swing 5 at the law. Also, having that teach on board will allow Shecky to place a bounce law in case he does play out a little trump blocker on Bonnie's side of the field here. You notice how Jesus only uses 1 gold Don for the Bonnie leader ability?
Yeah. They're just too expensive, man.
So Carrot will stun one of the Jozus here, is at
Yep.
least being able to take one of the swings away. And we'll have that leader Don for resting at least another swing here. However, is going down in hand size. 1 blocker on the field. Shecky has a potential of 5 swings here. Yeah, 5 swings with his leader.
Well, no. Because Bonnie ability. So at max,
yeah,
you're going
4.
to have 4 if he wants to swing with the teach.
Looks like Shecky is going to start with the 7K, which the most ideal one. It's going to be the one to get the most cards out of hand, or the Basil.
Well, because also, too, if you swing with anything else, he's going to
opt
just
Jozu.
rest it. Yeah. Because right now, leader ability doesn't really matter too much for Dofi.
No, not with a full board like this.
No.
So ends up resting the Weevil, which is the next best choice there. Two, 1. Going down to 3 cards in hand now.
Well, that's okay because he's going to take a life, and he is going to +1 off the Bonnie Searcher. So might as well counter out of that one because if he took it, then Shecky's going to swing even harder.
Going for another 7K to lead here. Potentially Basil and a counter. And then does Shecky attach the 4 Don and swing into the Basil?
Because if Jesus is going to have to, block with Basil, might as well swing now because then if he does decide to swing at Basil, it's not great, but it's not the worst thing.
Yep, looks like Shecky is contemplating on swinging into the Basil, which I think is the right thing to do here. Getting rid of his only blocker on the field. If he decides to save it, it will just dwindle the hand size on Jesus.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like maybe you go for it because then it's either gone or Jesus gives counter. Because even though Bonnie might go to 0, there is a world where you know, get Kid back down, and it can make it a little tough, especially with a chump blocker.
And he does opt to do Perona here, which is good because it now allows you to essentially see what can come up, replaces the Teach to make sure that you get another guaranteed swing. And playing out the Bull, which will make this an 8K swing as well.
Yep. So I think that was Sengoku, Bounce Law, and I didn't see the last one. Maybe it was like a buggy.
8 to the lead. Not sure if Sheki runs Perfume, because if he did, he'd probably be bottom decking a lot of these cards to potentially look for it.
Yeah, especially with the full board. Also, Jesus did top deck. Oh, wait, no, that was Rosinante. So, yeah, he's going to try and get that Kid.
There's a Kid right there.
My favorite version of the Kids.
The wanted poster?
Yeah. Luckily, I got them when they were like $30 a piece.
They were very cheap at a point.
Yeah.
I do personally like the new wanted posters, however.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't realize Cavendish went up to like 40, 45, and people thought I was crazy when like I was buying like tons of them at like $3.
And now we get to see this Cavendish finally extend one of the turns for the Bonnie player here. Gets the restand 2-Don on that swing.
You also saw a while ago how important that Cavendish is to the deck. When he bounced his Cavendish with Jozu on curve, yeah, that really messed up Jesus' game plan.
So ends up clearing that Law from Sheki's side. And now we'll be able to swing maybe the Carrot into one of these 6Ks and stunning the Jozu, which will kind of make the next turn a little awkward for Sheki. Yep, and there's the 6 to the Weevil. And potentially will use the Kid ability, play out a Rosinante.
Yep.
To over the Bonnie Searcher. Yep, the Rosinante hits the field. Puts the Kid Don on Kid. Still has 1 Don for ability here. Five cards in hand.
Yep.
I don't think he has a Bounce Law.
So I know people have also, well, I was also just a 9-cost Zoro denier in general in Bonnie. But you'll see, I think every Bonnie now is running 3 to 4 Zoros because it's super necessary in this upcoming meta. But in this matchup, it hurts to see. And I think Jesus has 2 in hand.
Yep. And he is going to rest the Jozu. I believe he swung 10 at the Kid. Yep, 10 at the Kid. Left 4 on up, so could do another 10K swing at the Kid with the Weevil. A little rough spot here for Jesus. Gonna have to dump 2 cards, potentially 2K, which is that Tashigi and the Rosinante.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 cards, and I think he's going to be forced to block with Hawkins.
End up giving him the Hawkins.
Yeah. Might as well block with Hawkins first, just in case for some reason Sheki changed up the game plan, but draws another Tashigi. Looks like those were all piled together.
So 6 cards in hand, 3. So at least this is where the Kid can start to shine a bit. He will be able to swing 9 or 10K? Is it 9K? He'd be able to swing 9K
Yeah.
into one of these Jozus or Weevil and potentially start board clearing Shecky here, and Carrot will be able to stun the other one. Can Jesus make a comeback from 0 life?
It's always possible, but knowing what's in Jesus' hand,
So he is opting to swing 9 at the Weevil. Kid ability will now be active where we are forced to swing into the Kid since it is now rested with a Dawn.
yeah, it's
Or maybe he might be trying to establish, I don't know what he's going to try to establish here.
I'm not sure. It looks like he has Shanks. I mean, even though Jesus knows, I don't.
He could establish the Shanks, pop one of these Jozus that's not rested, swing with the Cavendish for another 6 freestanding 2 Dawn, and establish a Rosinante with 1 Dawn left.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if it's at all possible, because Shecky will have to obviously attach a good amount of Dawn to get over the Kid. There's a world where, this is going to mess
it's a
it
grab
up.
blade. There's the
Grab blade
Cavendish.
trigger. Yep.
Gets rid of the Cavendish.
And that ruined the possible play of putting down a 9-drop Zoro and then somehow trying to get game next turn. But that ruined that. So now we can't play a 9-drop and use leader ability.
At this point, maybe just establishing the Rosinante again.
Yeah, even then, it's kind of stalling the inevitable. You're not going to be able to do anything next turn. So I think that's what Jesus's angle was, because it was the only way out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he was opting to do that Zoro.
Yep.
Wow. What an absolute first life trigger from Shecky there.
Yep.
Yeah, so not sure what approach Jesus can do. Maybe that potentially just lost him the game here. There is about
that pretty much locked it in.
Yeah. There's about 3 minutes left before the players will be going into overtime. Yeah, he's just really trying to math it out here.
Yeah, he's trying to think if there's any way he can survive and go for game, but I don't think it's going to be possible.
Does this go back to the sequencing? Why not establish the Zoro first and then swing with the Cavendish?
I'm not 100% sure. Technically, Jesus was kind of doing it the right way, because you don't want them to know exactly what big body they're going to drop when attacking and, taking countering into consideration. Because even though it is possible, it's still a very low % chance that one trigger is going to be Gravity Blade.
That's true, especially with, Dofi only really running it at maybe a 2 of nowadays.
Yeah. And Jesus has no option right now to even play safe.
Yep. So I believe he might have, how many? Looks like 4 cards. 4 cards in hand,
cards.
2 potential swings here.
Yeah, and I believe Jesus has 3K counter.
Do you just swing big with the Jozu? At least an 11K?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you just swing big. Um, I don't think trying to split is that great of an idea. But I mean, it's fine either way, honestly. Because again, it's just counter check.
Yep, ends up going 10 at the
So
kid
he's going to
here.
counter out of this. He'll hit the kid. He still has to swing like 10K at it.
All right, one players that's time in the round. Please proceed to overtime.
But yeah, Jesus just doesn't have enough bodies because that kid is going to be gone.
So now the players are in overtime currently. Sheki is turn 0 here. They each are going to have a total of 2 turns in this 5-minute interval here.
Yep.
And it looks like he's just opting to swing 10, and it's going to turn into an 11K swing with this bow ability. And sees a red rock.
Yeah. I'm actually... I mean, I think what he's swinging with? 11? Okay.
If he's able to establish another big body, that Red Rock will be able to handle it.
Curious why he even left a Dawn up.
Was potentially going to do Perona. I don't even know if he has it. Or Buggy. And that is game. Jesus concedes. Obviously, just had another Hody Jones in hand. We do know he had the Zoro to also use. Very unfortunate there for Jesus.
Yeah, it really, even though Bonnie's a slower deck, that one Jozu bounce hurt. Yeah, and that second Jozu, again, just the fact that it was a 7K, he wasn't having to spend more Dawn on like his 5, 6K characters. Because even though, like, you know, you can go wide with Dofi, it's not always the biggest problem for Bonnie when you have a kid up.
Yeah. Looking at the bracket right now, so there was 5 undefeateds going into round 5. So there is going to be a potential for maybe 2 more rounds, depending if the down pair lost or not. And it looks like the down pair might still be playing right now, Pie Guy.
Yeah, we're not sure.
So for sure 1 more and a potential second round. So that will be maybe 7 rounds today. For Swiss, there is going to be a top 16 top cut as well. So that'll be
4 rounds.
Another 4 rounds. So maybe 11 rounds today. It's going to be a very long day here at the abode. But yeah, just very unfortunate. You know, not clearing the board for Dofi. You don't want to leave that much on the field.
Yeah.
But you were trying to hide behind the kid, you know, the kid body, and then Sheki being able to remove it with the Jozu just skewed his entire turn there for
it's skewed.
Jesus there.
There's always a turn behind. See.
Hydro Gunner, thank you for the subscription.
Yeah, and also too, like as Bonnie, it's kind of a tough decision when to start going for life, especially with like the board. It was still kind of broken. I mean, there wasn't too much he could do. Would have been nice if he did establish that Zoro before. Maybe there was a world he could have somehow came back, but
yeah, the only thing would have been is essentially establishing that Zoro, then swinging with the Cavendish at one of the characters on the field.
Yeah, that way he still restands the Dawn, and then
Would have
Like,
been able to establish a Rosinante as well. A little chump block and have leader ability.
Rosinante, no.
He would have
Wait.
had 3 Don with the Cavendish because 9 for the Zoro. Cavendish restands 2. Play the Rosie for 2. 1 Don left for leader. Although
So he needed it for Kid. That's the thing.
he swung with Kid. Oh, no, yeah, he would have needed
that's what
the
I'm
1
saying,
for
like
Kid.
attaching Dawn, yeah.
So, yeah, no, but
'cause-
maybe swing 7 at another Jozu.
Yeah, because so what he was probably thinking in his way out was Zoro, make sure Zoro lives, and then play Hody the next turn, the rest blockers, and then pray. that's
Definitely pray is what he needed to do, and unfortunately did not get it. The grab blade trigger from life there.
yeah, and it wouldn't have been. I mean, it would have been a cool comeback, but it's not crazy that Jesus could have won off that. But after that Cavendish got bottom decked, it was over, like
Oh, yeah.
completely over.
That's just the extension of the turn there.
Uh,
Yeah, Hydro, they did make you a mod on the channel. Congrats. Looks like overtime just finished as far as time. Not even going to go on a break here. We're just going to sit here and talk to you guys. Match went the entire round. So let's see here. So it looks like Demise ended up taking the undefeated. So Demise will be going into the last round, depending on Pie Guy here, if we're going to have 7 rounds or not, which he still needs to report here. I believe they're the last ones prior.
yeah, I don't know if they're in overtime or not sure. Oh,
Nope, Pie Guy
apparently
lost.
not.
So it looks like this should ideally be the last round right now, unless they decide to do 7 rounds.
So it looks like we're gonna have Sheki playing Dofi and Demise playing Shanks.
Yep.
Which Demise told me that he has been practicing a lot against Dofi and Blackbeard.
Hey, plays a lot of Blackbeard because against me.
Yeah.
But yes, he did give me the heads up that he is running Red Hawks at 4, whereas people were starting to play at 2 and 2 with Divine Departure. The Red Hawk obviously is a little better. Is why he prefers it is because of the trigger out of life.
Yep.
Being able to get that minus 10k reduction on any of your opponent's characters on the field can just ruin their entire turn or essentially just win you the game at that point.
Yeah, it's like Red's beige,
Yes.
where it's just it hits out of life and you feel so bad because you can't go for game anymore.
That is Red's Veggie, for sure. Hands down. So, yep. So this is going to be the undefeated table coming up here in a moment. Very crowded here. In about a half hour, they are going to start their 3v3 box tournament as well here. Wonder if they're going to throw any of those up.
I don't know. They should.
There you go.
Yeah. Just gotta face Dofi now. You just gotta face Dofi.
We got Demise
Yeah.
meeting us over here.
Yeah. Already not feeling good about the match.
Hey, it's a rough match. I do not blame them.
Yeah.
Do not blame him whatsoever. So we got our so we do got our judge announcing the next round.
Yep.
Good luck, have fun. I know.
Yeah.
So Demise not excited to go up to the stream table at the moment.
I actually haven't watched him play Shanks yet, but
What do you say? I think he said hoping for Red Hawks.
oh yeah. Gotta hope for the Red Hawks.
Specifically what we were just talking about prior.
I mean, it's also good in this matchup because it's a counter and you're gonna pop a pops a 4K, but with leader ability, you're popping one of his 5Ks.
Yeah. So we will be going over to the players currently. And again, we have seen Sheki on stream for the last 3 rounds. However, he's been winning them all. You know, that is just where it comes with. And we do have Demise here. making it to the undefeated table. We did see him at, I believe, last Sunday's pre-release at the top tables as well, winning
Oh,
himself a
yeah.
winter buggy. So, not very known.
He somehow always, like, scrapes away a pre-release win.
He
And it's
does.
always knocking me out in the semis.
So this is not post-ban. This is still pre-ban. Obviously, they did not want to kind of spring that on all the players last
Yep.
minute as they've been prepping for this tournament for, I believe, over a month now. They've been prepping for this tournament. So pre-ban tournament. There is still Jinbeis. There is still Gecko, Ice Age.
Yeah, because Shanks is, I'm assuming, just going to be trying to control the board as much as possible here.
And here we go. Who do you think is gonna take it here?
I mean, I think Shecky is just favored because of the Jinbeis and whatnot, just going wide. But again, I can never tell with Shanks. I'm not that great with Shanks. I don't understand it too much.
It's play big bodies and survive. However, I will say maybe Demise gets the same hand as the Shanks from Worlds and has all 2 cases in his hand.
Yeah, yeah, it's possible.
Before top cut, are there any questions?
So they did just announce this is going to be the last round before top cut. So
After this round,
it's going to be very interesting to see who makes it in the top cut. Obviously, we are knowing for sure that Shecky and Demise are both going to make top cut here.
Because I think all X1s get in the top cut.
Yeah, all X1s, depending how many there are, maybe some X2s bubble in as well.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Very interesting. Maybe the Sugar makes it in. Not sure where the Sugar is at currently. Did not see who won the dice roll here. So Demise, I believe that is his post mulligan hand. So he's got an Otama.
Can't tell what event that is. It looks like maybe a Bad Manners.
And Shecky is choosing to go first, which is the ideal curve that they want to go. Does he have Perona? And does. This is the best opening Doflamingo can have. However, if Demise does have Red Hawk, that is something that Doflamingo is going to have to play around. Going to have to attach Dons onto his character because Shanks can just use his leader ability to reduce the character and just pop it with the Red Hawk.
Yeah, early on is when you can't really afford to be attaching Dawn just for protection. But later on, like when his board is wide and he has 2 Dawn up, yeah, Shecky's probably going to preemptively attach Dawn.
Shecky is going to leave the stack how he saw it. Demise is just going to Dawn and pass. So, again, potential Red Hawk depending what Shecky does here. So, isn't a swing 7. Weevil is going to be one of the Warlords that cannot be popped by Red Hawk here. Ends up using leader ability with a 2K here. Demise wants to stay healthy. Again, Shanks wants to make it to late game, so you can't just take hits nonchalantly, especially against Doflamingo here, because they could just go very aggressive.
Yeah, if he can just counter with 1 card against Doflamingo, it's better just to do it. Goes up 2 2Ks.
Yep, protecting the Weevil there. Demise tried to go 9K at the Weevil.
Yeah, normally like any other matchup, Shecky probably would have just let it go. But against Shanks, you need to ping as fast as possible and don't let it get too far into the late game.
Yep. And he's going to start with a Sengoku search here. Do you see a Red Rock and a Gravity Blade, both ungrabbable?
He's going to grab a 2K.
Which is very unfortunate because if Demise is able to get to 10-drop Shanks, that is one of Sheki's only outs for that 10-drop.
Yeah, because if you don't use Red Rock, 10-drop is just sticking on the board in this matchup.
So is going to start off with a 7K swing. Probably trying to bait out leader ability and another 2K here. Demise takes it. Bounce. This is the bounce law that can bounce itself to make Demise pitch a card to the bottom.
I think it's 6. Yeah, because
Yep.
if you have 6 cards in hand or more, it activates.
So maybe Demise was trying to play around that bottom deck ability from that law, pitching the 2 cards with that bad manners, of course, as well as not taking a life. But
Yeah, I think it was kind of double-sided. Like, he was going to counter out that hit no matter what. But yeah, that probably just made him use the event now. Also, too, another very good body in this matchup is if Demise can see a Rayleigh or two.
oh yeah, skews the rest of the turn. Ends up playing Usopp, making his leader a 6K. And is going to continue to put pressure on the Weevil, which is what he needs to do. He needs to remove the field from Sheki's side.
Yep, and Sheki, it looks like he's probably going to play Jozu on curve again, just to get rid of the Usopp, I assume.
That would be a good thing to do. It takes a swing away from Demise that can continue to put pressure on Sheki's board.
And you get your Perona or Sengoku back.
For another search or restack as well.
Or, again, maybe that was too slow. No, he is going to use it. Yep.
Demise ends up using leader ability and pitching a Lucky Roo. And this matchup, Lucky Roo really doesn't do much, especially since Sheki does have access to that bounce law.
Yeah, you just basically have to, get lucky and catch them when they don't have the law. Demise is still healthy. But he knows he's going to be taking some life very soon.
Could potentially just Rayleigh here. Bringing the Jozu down to, I believe, a 5K, because Rayleigh pops a 3K, right? A 3 cost and under?
Yeah, 3 costs and under.
So ends up swinging 5 to leader here first.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else Demise has in hand. Preferably an 8 cost. Yeah.
Yep, there goes the
Perfect.
-3 pop on the Weevil. Is going to make the Jozu a little bit weaker here as well, which is good for Demise. However, Sheki does have the Jinbei now. Could potentially go wide with the Jinbei and another character here.
Yeah, he just has to go wide at this point. Yeah, even with a good body like Jozu on the board, it's not exactly where Sheki wants to be at right now.
Because even if he swings with that Jozu, if Demise establishes a 10-drop Shanks next turn, we'll be able to clear that body, as well as whatever comes out with leader ability.
Yeah. And that Jozu is only a 5K right now. So he might get 1 life out of him unless he attaches enough Dawn, but again, he's going to have to spend some Dawn going wide.
Yep, and we do see another Red Rock in that search. So that is the second Red Rock Sheki is going to bottom deck here.
Oof. And I think that's all the Red Rocks he runs. I think it's 2 and 2 on the Red Rocks and Grab Blades.
Yeah.
I don't know again, I don't know what Demise has in hand. I haven't really been able to see it, so I don't know if he has a 10 drop. But it feels like Shanks always does somehow.
Yeah, they'll have a variation of a 10 drop
Yeah,
because they could have
something.
the pop Shanks as well that a lot of lists have been starting to run.
But also, too, like, even just another 8 cost, like, it's still, you prefer to drop the Shanks, but another 8 cost isn't bad either, just because it's either going to be a Rayleigh, Rush Dragon, and then you still have 2 Dawn up for, shoot, what's it called? The 2 cost event.
Red Hawk.
Yeah, Red Hawk.
So the Jinbei to Boa, it's like gonna leave it on the top. Not gonna try to dig for that red rock here.
Swing 7.
Might be what he might be opting to do here.
Yep.
Ends up.
Oh.
So is still opting to do leader ability here after being reduced by that bad manners kick course to establish a body from his leader ability there.
Yeah, you already attached Dawn to it. Better to get another body out.
So very good trigger from Demise's life there. So Demise has 6 cards in hand, maybe 10 drop turn right here. If he does establish the 10 drop, there could potentially be able to clear 2 of these bodies on Shecky's side and skew the rest of Shecky's swings potentially.
Yeah, it'll skew it. He'll have to spend more Dawn to swing wide efficiently. But yeah, Shecky just hasn't had a good chance this game to ping with 3-4 characters.
Yeah. So it is going 8 to Weevil first.
So he doesn't have Rush Shanks then, because you would drop that first to get the -1. He might be testing it because I'm wondering if he has another Rayleigh.
That could be another card, and maybe 2 Dawn up for a Red Hawk.
Yeah.
If he does establish the Rayleigh, maybe putting it on the Boa.
It depends what Shecky will have left, but I would target the Jozu and the Weevil because at least make him swing with the blocker, and then Jinbei's not, a priority of his whole board. So you're gonna swing 7.
So Demise really trying to figure out what he wants to do here. Not sure what he has in his hand, but it's not looking like a 10 drop.
No.
Maybe, it looks like maybe a Ben Beckman, counting out 7 Dawn there.
Maybe. I think it's more like he really. I'm surprised he didn't do that first.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's a 5K, so he has to give up a counter.
Yeah, if Demise was going to opt to do a 10 drop this turn, he should have established it first prior to swinging into.
Yeah, I think he would have gotten a. I think he would have got 2 bodies potentially if he dropped that Shanks first.
Yeah. Yeah, because then Shecky would have had to pitch 3 cards to save the Weevil, if that is what he was opting to do.
Yeah. Yeah, because since Shecky had 7 cards in hand, I don't think he needed to swing with Rayleigh first, that counter check him, to decide maybe he doesn't want to put down Rush Shanks.
And we do see the poking starting to happen here. Swinging 6.
Yeah.
He did utilize his leader ability as well as give him one other card. Demise is only down to 4 cards now.
It's also possible that maybe Demise just doesn't have much counter, so that's why he was kind of worried about dropping that Shanks. Because his form of counter right now might be Red Hawk.
Potentially, yeah. And that's where a Rayleigh Red Hawk play still would have did the
It was-
eliminating of 2 bodies at least.
Yeah.
End up swinging another 6 here.
Okay, that tells him no 2Ks, so he's comfortable.
He's probably going to do another 6 here as well.
Yep. Reevaluating, might want to swing 7.
Going to want to leave enough down to still be able to establish more bodies on Dofi's side of the field
Yep.
here. Because if Demise is able to at least board clear whatever he swings with, he's going to want something to still on the clapback here.
This is where hopefully that life was a 2K. Does he have the counter?
Yep.
Okay.
Does have that Tony Chopper blocker. Looks like another 7 here. 7. Maybe leader ability and then establish another 4-drop from hand. Does have Jinbei as well. Could Jinbei Moria bring back another Warlord back from the trash as well if he's looking for a different piece?
Yeah, he might be considering just swinging with lead without ability. Just because he wants to establish 2 more.
Oh,
bodies.
no. Might be going for the Rayleigh knock here.
Oh, he might. Yep.
Jozu at the top.
That was smart on Sheki's end. That way you're not, gambling what Demise is going to play next turn.
Yep. If he didn't remove that Rayleigh, if Demise establishes another, Rayleigh would have a full board clear at that point. Especially with the minus 1K reduction already from the Shanks. So not sure what, if he's got another 10 drop, maybe establishing that. That's a little rough. He would need the Red Hawk here if he does have it. Red Hawk, maybe a Dragon for a rush or a Rayleigh to reduce these things and just remove them from the field.
Yeah, if you can just establish an 8-drop body here, that might be better than, if he did have another 10 Shanks.
Oh, there's 8 right there. Another Rayleigh here.
Yep.
Maybe reducing one of these 6K bodies by 3, popping it, reducing the Jinbei by 2, swinging over the Jinbei.
-3. So Weevil is a 2K, then that Boa is a 3K.
Ends up popping the Boa there off the Rayleigh ability. Might be opting to swing over the Weevil here with leader.
Yeah, because Weevil's only a 2K. That's asking for a lot of counter.
And not only that, if he does decide to keep it, won't be able to do nothing with the Weevil next turn.
Yeah, it wouldn't be able to do anything.
Yep, and here comes the board clear from Demise. Decides to go 5 to leader.
I mean, he does have to make some progress at some point, but
Potentially not worrying about it, because if he does decide to swing with leader, could use the Red Hawk and pop the Weevil regardless.
yeah, that's probably why. It's a guaranteed one. He's not going to be attaching Dawn to that thing.
So this is the control aspect of Shanks here that they are able to do. I'm wondering if he does have another 10 drop in hand as well.
Yeah. If Demise does have Red Rock, which again, it's signaling it, but you could always bluff because he didn't necessarily need to attach to Dawn. There's potentially he's not taking a life here because Sheki still needs to get more bodies on the board.
Yeah. But if he chains another Rayleigh, puts Sheki in another tough spot as well.
Sheki does have a Jinbei though, which is good. Yeah, I think he's going for a 3-body turn with the Jinbei. If he can.
Yep. And that's exactly what he's opting to do here. And then Sheki might be going for a 4-body turn, actually.
Yeah, I mean, his board is filled right back up.
And this is why Jinbei is getting banned.
There's also potentially, I don't know if he's going to do it, he might put Law there. I don't know if he did. He might put Law there, play over Sengoku, bounce back your Weevil so it doesn't get popped. I mean, it's possible. Okay.
No effect. Okay. Still has a chance of. Oh.
Yep. So he did
So
not.
he was bluffing Red Hawk there.
If he had the Red Hawk, he'd still be in a pretty solid position. But going down to 1 life with this Dofia board, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, if he would have did that, he would have been able to pop the Weevil, get out of the swing, still been at 2 life. Maybe establish another Rayleigh to board control what is left of the other 3 active. Swing over the Trafalgar Law that's rested and pressure life. And Demise trying to figure out what to do here.
The only card that I know he has in hand for sure is Luffy, unless he has another Rayleigh.
And there's another Rayleigh right there.
So he's still okay for now.
So did opt to pop the Boa blocker here. Also reducing the Weevil back down to a 2K again.
Got 8 and the 4.
5 at leader ends up giving him another 1K here. Taking another life here.
Still leaving up 2 Dawn. Probably just gonna see if it comes out of life, but if it came out of life, you would just use the trigger.
Sheki, keep in mind, Sheki only attached 1 Dawn on each of these characters. They're only a 5K swing currently. Yep. You would need to attach another 2 on them to keep them safe. They are still reduced by the Shanks.
Okay. He realizes right now.
Yep.
And that Weevil, I believe, is...
Weevil is currently a 2. It got reduced by the Rayleigh last turn.
Oh, it was 2, and then with the Dawn, it's a 3. Did he forget?
It looks like he did forget that. And there it goes. There goes the 6K. Gives him a 2K there.
One of these players, there's 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the round.
So this kind of skews Sheki's entire math here.
It does. Demise still has to get through 3 life.
However, Sheki only has 1, or oh, he does have a decent amount of hand. And Sheki's going to guarantee himself another body next turn, going for an 8K swing here.
Probably Just bricked.
So Demise
Oh,
was
that's
looking
next.
for the Red Hawk trigger there, or Red Hawk in general. So Sheki will be going into Top Cut as the
Yep.
top seed, undefeated player. Very well played by both players in that last match. Just unfortunate that Demise was unable to find that Red Hawk to kind of keep
Yep.
his board under control, but for what he had, he played it very well. The only thing could have been was establishing that Shanks prior to swinging with that Rayleigh.
Yeah, that was the only thing I saw that like he did wrong. There wasn't too much. Sheki was just able to keep going wide in that turn before when he was able to just play his whole board out. That made it pretty tough.
Yeah. But that is the end of Swiss. We will be going on a break until they do establish the top cut here. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get them all set up. So we will be right back in a moment.
Shop.
All right, and we are back with Top Cut. I know it took a little while. They were getting the 3v3 ready to fire, so we are now back. Um, we're taking it to the players. It is going to be Kadley on the left. They are using Gecko Moria and Matt G on the right using Eustace Captain Kid. So throw back to OP6 and one of the
Yeah,
new leaders here.
this is just an interesting matchup in general. Usually Gecko is going to want to pop like the early characters, but you know, if Matt sees his 4-drop Basil Hawkins, he's not going to want to pop that thing right away.
And not only that, but Matt G being able to use his Kid ability will be able to make it into a blocker. So even if Kadley tries to avoid popping it, Matt G can force him into swinging into it and trash one of his life. So one of the new leaders from OP10 that's very interesting and can actually kind of compete in this meta, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm actually curious how Matt's going to play this, because usually Gecko Moria is completely fine taking the first, like 3 life or so. They'll just take it because they're going to need more cards for leader ability, find their pieces. But when it gets into the late game, depending how much life Hadley has taken, I mean, those 8-cost kids are just going to burn his card advantage.
Yep. And we do see the Moria here taking first, which is the curve that they want to take to be able to use their leader ability there. Using Sindri to mill the top 5 cards, and I believe it was majority Thriller Bark there, which is what Kadley wants to see there.
I think that was Rebecca, I saw Hina, I think that was Helmeppo.
Oh, then I saw something. I just saw Moria.
Yeah, Moria is the top one.
Perona. Perona is what you want to see as
Yeah.
well. That's the main thing you want to see off the mill there.
Yeah, definitely in this matchup at the beginning, making them matchy pitch cards, it limits options.
And you do see he does use leader ability to force him to have to trash a card off the Perona ability there. And Matt does decide to take the hit there. So for those of you that don't know, Kid's ability is being able to flip the top life and make one of his characters a blocker for the turn.
Yeah, it can only be supernovas too that can become a blocker. And I think there's a cost restriction. I want to say it's 3 costs or higher can become a blocker. So you can't, turn your Searcher Luffy into a blocker.
And here is that Basil Hawkins that we were talking about. And that Basil will and is a blocker currently, so we'll be able to block the swing if Matt decides to and trash one of the Moria's life here. Yeah, there has to be a 3 to 8 supernova to be able to have that blocker. Will that face-up life trigger as well?
Yeah, it still triggers when it's face up. Probably been playing too much BY Luffy.
I have been. So he does decide to block with that Basil to force out that trash of life there. And we do see another leader ability playing out a second Perona, forcing Matt G to have to pitch a card.
Yeah, one of the tough things in the early game with Gecko using his ability to bring out Perona is because Perona is making you trash a card from hand, you're less likely to counter, or else you're stuck with like 3-4 cards in hand.
Yeah. And he does poke at the Perona there. Kadley does protect it. And he does play out an Eco Robin, which on play will, if he is at 3 life, trash it. So putting Kadley down to 2 life now. And as well, it's just going to be a 6K stat line for attacking as well.
Yeah, and if Matt has a cost kid, you're probably going to see Matt just start swinging at his characters and just burn those last 2 life. There's a Hina, minusing 4. So an Absalom could pop it.
And this was just a very interesting matchup. I did look at what was out in the field. There was a lot of Bonnie, a lot of Dofi. And this pair just stuck out the most to me and decided to put them on stream here.
This might be the only time you'll ever see this matchup.
Correct. So we do see he is using that Absalom from trash after establishing that Hino to be able to remove this Nico Robin. So being able to control the board from Matt G here.
Yeah, this can get kind of tough. Just because Gecko can go wide pretty easily, and Kid does not like a wide board. It wants to play it kind of slow, burn their life, and then at the end, go for game.
Yeah. Oof, and we do see the super rare Kid. And he is going to be able to use this Kid ability to draw a card and cycle out,
Looks like he trashed, though, one cost a poo, which I believe is if you have another Supernova in play, it becomes a blocker.
Yeah. But however, he does have this useless Captain Kid as a blocker now
Yep.
as well. How Cadley kind of in a rough spot. Needs to be able to remove this Kid and also establish a blocker if he wants to make it to the next turn.
Yeah, he did use one Hina already. I think he has another one in trash. So that would get it to 4. Still need one more form of cost reduction. There's also, too, Gecko really doesn't run almost any blockers besides this Rebecca here.
True, and there is the Ice Age there, bringing that Kid down.
And here comes Gecko.
Yep, the nasty combo here. Gonna bring back that Rebecca from the trash as well. So now, unless Matt G is going to be able to pop that Rebecca, he might be able to last one more turn here. And Cadley still has 3 potential swings here.
Yep.
Matt G is debating on taking in, probably going to use the trigger as well.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to because, no trigger. Interesting.
Maybe he's looking for something to be able to pop the Rebecca from life.
So you know what? I think he just did that from life so he doesn't have to spend the 4 Dawn because he could pop Rebecca right here.
Oh, here's Blaze Slice.
Oh, Blaze Slice, that's even better.
And 15K, that is game. Matt G takes round 1 of this top cut here.
Because I did see he got that, electromagnetic punk or whatever. That could have popped the Rebecca, but Blaze Slice is even better.
Being able to rest it, get that extra 1K buff, and then just slap it all on later. That's exactly what he needed.
Yeah.
Just shows you that Yellow does have those capabilities to be able to go lethal, whether it's removing, because Damn Punk can also hit a 5 cost as well.
Yes, 5 costs.
So although if he would have established the Sabo, it wouldn't have worked. But that is still an option if it was a different type of blocker there.
Now, they do run, I think, like 2 or 3 cards in the deck actually have triggers that are draw to trash 1.
Like the Basil. Basil was one of them.
Yeah.
So Matt G will be moving on into top 8, which I believe after that will be 3 more rounds, which very interesting to see Kid make it into the top 8. Knocking the Gecko, though.
I think it is a good deck. I think Gecko could have won if so I think that Kid turn, 8-cost Kid turn, he took that 5 swing from leader, which I would have just countered out.
Yeah, at that point of the game, protecting yourself is going to be the better option.
Yeah, a 4-cost blocker is very risky to hide behind against Kid.
Yeah.
But, no, that was definitely an interesting matchup, though.
Yeah. Although I'm really excited to see what Matt G is going to face next, see if Kid can maybe make it into the finals.
I mean, it's possible. Because I think Kid's bad matchups are usually like Zoro.
Anything aggressive. So
yeah,
Dofi.
anything aggressive. I mean, I've seen it beat Dofi's, but it's a very uphill battle.
Yeah.
Because at least, like, while you're controlling board, you're trashing life.
Yeah. So currently, right now, there's still a while on the board here. That round was a 10-minute round. We are let's see if we can get Matt G over here for a little interview here while we still have some time, just to kind of get his insights facing a Gecko deck here, or
Yeah,
a black deck.
you wanna interview him? How his tournament has been going so far with Kid?
Yeah.
I'm actually
go ahead.
curious on his matchups.
Go ahead and grab him over here while we have some time here. All right, we are going to be waiting here for Matt G.
Not the water bottle graveyard.
These were here when I got.
All right, and we got Matt G here, who just finished his round in the first round of Top Cut here. What were your thoughts going into that round right there, going against the Gecko Moria?
I thought I was when I did the thing before, like like I'll play Bonnie, and then somebody's like, "Are you playing the Moria player?" I was like, "Wait, he didn't lose." I know deck's fun. I think it's good.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised, and I lost dice roll. I was a little scared, but his first like Sindri Mill, he hit like only Perona, and he just ripped 2 cards, and I just don't care. Right?
Yeah. You want to basically be able to establish your field and use it as a blocker, right? Especially seeing that Basil combo. How often enough do you use it?
Oh, every game.
Every
Yeah,
game?
my ideal curve, like I'm playing pretty non-standard lists. Like I don't play aces, I don't play Shirahoshis. Like my ideal second curve is Hawkins, Nico, Kid. So I've just trashed 3 life.
Yeah, and that's
And then
exactly what we saw just
and it's just like they just have no cards in hand. And then I play like Blaze Slice and Rygo and stuff like that, so I can get through green. Like I beat 2 brownies and Swiss, and it feels
There
the deck's
goes.
really fun. I don't know.
So what do you not want to see going into your next round? Because we do see a lot of Dofi and a lot of Bonnie mating into the Top Cut.
I'm not that worried about Dofi. I have Gadatus and Namis and stuff like that. The blockers, I can kind of just whiteboard while starving, right? My only loss in social was a Shanks, and
Shanks.
he just curved. He took first. He went like pass. He red hawked my Apu that I played for tempo, and then went Usopp, Beckman to trash the Hawkins, so no trash. And then I played a Kid, and he just like raylaid it and swung.
Just
and
got rid of it.
got rid of it, and I'm just like, that felt really hard. I don't really know what. I mean, then I beat another Shanks, and he just didn't see it.
So you're
I don't
fine
know.
with whatever is going to come around, unless you see a Shanks.
Yeah, that's what I'm really worried about. Bonnie should be hard, but I don't know. I think I have the.
So being able to rest your blocker definitely helps them at least kind of get around that Basil Hawkins a little bit.
Yeah.
I know there is one Shanks out there. I'm not sure.
That's who I lost
if
to.
he's
Yeah, I saw him. He was yeah.
So we'll end up seeing, good luck to you. Maybe you could win it all out with Kid. That'll be very interesting. First Kid I saw out there. That's why I had to throw you up on the stream.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun. I recommend it. It's a good time.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll dabble in it. I'm the Blackbeard player. I like to just lose.
Nah, you're good.
But we will be taking a short break here until the next round, so we'll be right back with you guys.
Connect. Having. new
All right, and we are back in round 2 of Top Cut here. It is gonna be, let's see who it is. We got Demise here versus Wise Guy. Gonna be an interesting matchup here. It is gonna be Shanks versus Blackbeard here.
Yep. With the new cards, has Blackbeard's win percentage kind of gone up against Shanks, or is it still kind of the same deal?
Kind of makes it a little bit better, specifically because of the Kuzan. Because before, previously, what it was when you're trying to pitch, you had to be very wary of what you were pitching.
Yeah.
Now, you don't really care because Kuzan will allow you to bring back whatever you're putting in the trash as well.
That's true.
I did play against Wise Guy at a tournament yesterday. I know he is teching in Devon, which can give itself any kind of a status effect that she, is able to have banish, blocker, double attack.
I think I have seen that tech in a few people's lists.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it really, like, what it's exactly for.
And Demise is going to keep the hand there. I did see a lot of 2Ks, but you do want to have the wide board.
Shanks on first.
So Shanks wants to look, seems like maybe put the aggression. Oh, unless Wise Guy took dice roll and wants to keep him off curb.
What's also a great addition for Shanks is the starter deck 5-cost Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
It helps do like a turn 3 rush play.
Oh, yeah. Being able to, rush and then giving your leader an extra Dawn as well. So ends up connecting that swing to life there. Again, Blackbeard is always going to usually take a lot of these early on swings because they're trying to find any of their pieces that they need. And they pitch the Blacko, which is very interesting. Sometimes you want to keep it for like a Lucky Root or just a different type of removal. But ends up pitching it, finding a Vasco shot here. Maybe potentially trying to set up an early Burgess play if he does have it.
Yeah, because if he's not going to Lafitte search and do all that shenanigans, it probably is beneficial just to put it down now. Because starting at 7 Dawn, he's just going to start using leader ability.
Yep. He does swing 6, and Demise just take the swing. And going for the Lafitte search as well. Leaving 1 Dawn up, maybe another Lafitte or maybe a My Era Begins. Yep, and he is going to grab the My Era Begins and still has the Dawn up to be able to continue to search as well as fill up the trash because that is what this deck wants to do here. And probably the 10 drop is going to be the best option there. Liberation's not going to do much in this match against Shanks.
No, usually you can maybe just get 1 character because it is a base cost. And very rarely do they have a 5 and a 4.
Mm-hmm. So we do see Demise swinging 7 at lead, putting pressure, not swinging at the Lafitte. Left 3 Dawn up, potentially has Red Hawk to try to get rid of this Lafitte here.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Because it looks like Demise is just trying to race him down.
Yeah, it's just what you want to do, but you also want to establish bodies.
Yeah.
And that's where Demise isn't establishing. We do know he has a lot of characters that he could play. However, he looks like he's opting to keep them for counter purposes. If he would have swung at the Lafitte also, this is 1 less card that Wise Guy would have also currently. And this is the card we were talking about, Kuzan. So now he will be able to pitch maybe a Burgess off of this stage search and establish the Kuzan here, which will bring it back from the trash.
Well, he might even just keep Kuzan on the board and not even use the ability right off the bat, just because it can't be removed from the field.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's typically what happens with the Kuzan. They usually get like a swing off of it, and
Yep.
then we'll put it away.
Yeah, because if you don't need it for like an immediate bring it back like a Van Auger or something, might as well keep it on the board against a deck like Shanks.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like he might be opting to establish this bird, not bird, just Kuzan here. And we'll play out the auger. He could also be potentially setting up the next turn play here, because if Demise establishes a Rayleigh or a Ben Beckman, he will be able to use the auger ability and use like a black
Like a
hole
black
to be able to
hole,
remove
yeah.
it.
So looks like that's what he's doing.
Yep, so there is the Ben Beckman there. So he will be able to Van Auger and maybe black hole or finger pistol this Ben Beckman off the field as long as he reduces it by 3. And this is where if you would have went a little bit wider here, establishing some of those Hongos and lime juices, you know, you would have forced Wise Guy to start using all the removal to get rid of the characters.
Yeah, those little bodies against Blackbeard like actually matters. I mean, you can use the effect if it's going to be beneficial, but most of the time it's just swinging 5s or keeping them on the board for when 10 drops start coming out, and then also might force removal from Wise Guy.
Mm-hmm. So we do see the leader ability getting kicked off there. Yep, and there is the -3 effect, and looks like he will be using this black. Oh, finger pistol. Ends up pitching a Kuzan and a stage.
Just like
Probably Burgess,
establish a Burgess.
here. Yep.
Yep.
Blackbeard also has a pretty decent hand size there. And this is where you don't want to let that Lafitte stick on the field, because if you let it stick, you know, it does allow for Blackbeard just to continuously build their hand, and that's not what you want to allow. I believe he said Burgess is an 8K right now. So that thing is going to be swinging for some big numbers. Leader ability and 2K won't work.
Assuming maybe potential dragon play. But again, with only one potential character on board, next turn is Blackbeard time. So he's going to be locked down.
Correct, but at least with the dragon, he'll be able to get 2 swings in this turn.
Yep.
And that might be the better option here. Maybe start just focusing on life. Although you don't want to let this Van Auger stick.
Yeah, because he's going to be able to get rid of whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's got 2 Don. Maybe a potential Red Hawk for some counter. Looks like he might be considering on splitting Don up here. Maybe playing out a couple bodies this turn.
He could. Five, maybe a rush Luffy.
Oh, he does have access to that 5 rush Luffy from the starter deck. He is opting to go 6 to Auger here. Potentially going to get at least a 1K out of hand. And there's that Devon that I was talking about. So no dragon, but is able to establish at least a Rayleigh, which this turn should be negated by the 10 drop that Wise Guy does have.
Yeah, I can't tell how many cards Wise Guy has, but it's still a very healthy hand.
Yeah, and sitting at 3 life, that big of a hand. Wise Guy's sitting really good here, especially if he starts chaining the 10 drops here. It looks like he is opting to grab the Lafitte there. Yep, and here is the first 10 drop that will nullify his leader ability as well as the Rayleigh. So he will be able to poke for 5 all around here. And ends up taking that last swing there. Although we did see a Marco and a, looks like a lime juice. Surprised he didn't establish the Marco early on, especially since it is pretty sticky as long as you have an event.
Yeah, especially since Demise also runs a decent amount of events.
No, let's see if he has a 10 drop. I don't think I see one in his hand. Wise Guy has a total of 6 cards in his hand right now. Swinging 5, maybe trying to bait out the 10 drop here.
This here, Burgess goes the 9.
Maybe another Rayleigh here.
Draw off that.
Oh, Blackbeard didn't pitch for leader ability last turn.
I think he was maybe just feeling very comfortable. So even though he did KO a body, it's not your on-play effects for your big bodies and Shanks. It's not, you know, the craziest things in the world.
And looks like Wise Guy might be looking for another 10 drop here, unless he has one in hand.
I think that's a black hole.
Ends up grabbing a black hole.
I think he does have another 10 drop.
Yep, 10 drop, and here's the second one. Demise needs to see one of his 10 drop Shanks here to be able to kind of go on the clap back. Although this Burgess is getting way bigger as well. It is currently at a 10K minus the reduction. Oh no, a 9K. And Wise Guy feeling very comfortable being able to swing with his other 10 drop there. I believe he didn't use another leader ability as well, so.
Did he pitch another card with Gum Gum? I don't.
No.
I don't think so.
No, he didn't. He had to counter out a leader swing because it was just a 5, and he does not have leader ability to be able to use that counter. So yeah, pretty rough spot here for the Demise, especially not being able to see his own 10 drop himself. Oh, looks like his first one's finally here. Considering on the board state, I believe maybe just swinging at the Burgess is the move.
That's what I was thinking.
Decides to swing 8 into the Burgess here. Gonna look like get another 1K here. And then gives him another 2K, and then now we'll poke at lead for another 5. However, now that Demise does have this wide of a board, he may not be as aggressive with the 10 drops as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, life-wise, he's okay. It's just when he swings with the Burgess, Demise will opt to just attach on swinging the Burgess. Maybe there's another 10 drop coming down.
Correct, and I'm not sure if Wise Guy has another 10. Yep, looks like he might be dropping a third one.
Yep.
So at this point, yeah, I could see him being aggressive with the teaches now.
Yeah, and he can also swing and teach into that Rayleigh.
And And he is opting just to put the pressure on Demise here at life. Swinging 10 with that Burgess.
Or he might ignore the Rayleigh.
Yeah, at this point, he could probably just pressure his life here. Maybe he's going to potentially go all in. Trying to do the math here if 12-12 will get him there. But also don't know what Demise's hand size is right now. It's a little risky, though, because if Demise is able to somehow get out of both of these swings, maybe he sees a Roger and he's unable to use the blocker and go for game. But even then, I believe out of 2 8K swings, he will still probably be able to get out with a win here.
Yeah, because he has 2 cards in life, very healthy hand size. He did counter out.
And Demise ends up pitching his entire hand and ends up losing the Rayleigh there. Maybe potentially if he had a Rogers, maybe it was best to take that last life.
Yeah, definitely if he had the counter. Because at this point, that would be his only chance.
Was if he does have that Rayleigh, yep. It's a pretty rough spot here, especially since Wise Guy was able to chain 3 back-to-back Blackbeards.
And with the amount of life and hand size, it's pretty difficult to come back from.
Yeah, not even another 10, not even another rush card at this point will be able to get there. Besides to swing 8 at lead, it looks like I see a lot of 2K counters in Wise Guy's hand as well.
Also, too, he hasn't had to use his leader ability either.
Yep, so he's been sitting with a very healthy hand. He's going to buff his leader up by 1 here. He's potentially just going to give him the block here.
Yep.
5 Don up, maybe double Red Hawk. Best get to 10, but
Maybe.
with 5 big swings right here that Wise Guy can do. So he attempted to use the black code thinking that the Usopp was a blocker. So slight misplay. This Don could have been used to swing a little bit bigger here. But he is starting off with a 12K swing with that Blackbeard. Not exactly sure what else he has in his hand.
Yeah,
Maybe he's got Divine Departure, which is a 3K counter.
Yeah, I was going to say, since he kept up 5 Dawn, I mean, Red Hawk, Divine Departure, maybe there's Red Hawk on life, but even then, I don't think there's any amount of events. There's no amount of events that's going to.
Yep, and it's going to get all slapped on the leader here. He may be able to get out of maybe one of these swings.
Yeah.
You do see the double Red Hawk. And then that is game at another one. So Wise Guy will make it into top 4 there.
I think also, too, leaving that Lafitte searcher for like 2 turns. I think it got 3 searches off.
He got 2 searches
2?
off that Lafitte, but still, that's still, with the stage, that's a total of 16 cards that the Blackbeard was able to dig through.
Yeah.
Whereas if he was at least able to get rid of it, you know, he would just have to just do the 3 search. So what he did allow Wise Guy to search through the deck more than he should have let him. However, I think he was just trying to bank and trying to race him.
Yeah.
The other thing is you kind of have to go wide. You typically want to keep those 2Ks in your hand to kind of protect yourself and also use it for the abilities. But against Blackbeard, that's kind of out the window. You want to just go as wide as possible and then start poking.
Yeah,
You dwindle the hand so that they have to address it. They're going to have to waste their reduction, their dot Qs, their Van Augers, and then you put yourself in a better position that way.
Yeah, because Blackbeard, like, maybe they're swinging a 6 during, getting the 10 Dawn. Because Blackbeard wants to utilize as much Dawn as possible. So that's why, just put down like your 2K bodies. They're smaller, but it's a body.
Viewership.
54.
4? Oh, right now?
54.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's actually crazy. Why are you guys always dead?
Huh?
Huh?
Why are you guys always dead?
Because we've been here since like
Legit,
9 in the morning.
both.
That's what drinking does to you.
You need some energy drinks, dude?
No, we got Powerades.
And he got his water.
But that is the end of the round. There's about 10 minutes left before overtime. So we will be taking a short break before top 4. So we'll be right back.
Manage
All right, and we are back. This time we have Wise Guy again with the Blackbeard versus Matt G, who was on the Yellow Kid earlier.
Yep, and then the other two are they're doing a Bonnie mirror match.
Yep, so no matter what, we are going to see a Bonnie in the finals. So passing it over to the players here, we have Wise Guy on the left, who we just previously saw on the stream, knocking out a Shanks. And Matt G, who I believe just faced a Bonnie himself just to get into this round.
So, now how do you feel about this matchup?
I actually did this matchup yesterday, and it was almost a loss for me.
Yeah, because I know you can negate on plays, but
Yeah, so
it's so tough.
Kid's ability makes it as though it's a status effect. So even though you're trying to like negate the blocker capabilities that the leader gives it, it's a status effect. So you will still be able to block with the character on the turn, on Blackbeard's turn, if they play a 10 drop. However, on the following turn, you can't do anything with it.
Yeah. And then
So-
Basil Hawkins could be rough, and you're going to want to see a black hole for those Hawkins.
Yep. Pretty much. Those things will just stick there and just do so much damage to you.
And then I'm assuming once Kid is in the 6 Dawn threshold is when you want to start using leader ability.
Yeah.
I mean, I
well,
guess
you
could forgo it.
wanna wait until they're gonna start doing their law abilities. So 7 Dawn turn is typically the turn that I don't want to allow them to.
I was thinking for the 6 route Nico Robin.
So it looks like they're now trying to resolve their mulligans here. You do see the 6 cost Robin, and Matt G decides to not keep it. Probably looking for the Basil Hawkins as preferably his turn 1 or first character he's gonna play out.
Yeah, I think that's one of your better cards for this matchup. Because you can ping with it if they don't want to KO it, if they don't have the black hole.
But not only that, your leader will restand it
Yeah,
as well
we'll just restand it.
and make it a blocker. But yeah, this matchup is actually pretty difficult for Blackbeard. Not super difficult,
Yeah.
but it's not as easy as you would think for a yellow deck. Also having access to X Drakes to be able to rest the characters. Very nice for Useless Captain Kid here.
Also,
Is going to be able to establish his Luffy, which can answer the Lafitte on Wise Guy's next turn.
So too, I think there is. I don't know if he's playing Kikinojo, but I know he's playing Satori, so that's at least a play out of life trigger, which is really good. Because again, just wanting to go wide.
Yeah. And Matt G doing the double searcher this turn, which is very good for him. There is the X Drake there, but opts to grab the Useless Captain Kid,
Yep.
which has an on play to trash your opponent's life. However, that probably won't work, but the second ability will work. If the Blackbeard is down to 2 life, he will be able to draw and cycle.
Yep.
So ends up Lafitte searching and finding the stage, which is what Wise Guy wants here, to be able to start cycling through the deck. But with 2 Dawn, maybe he is going to establish it, or a dot Q, but opts to do the stage. If the dot Q was found, maybe potentially being able to knock one of these Luffys, which would force Matt G to have to swing into Lafitte and dot Q on the following
looks
turn.
like he grabbed. Is that Liberation?
I missed it.
I couldn't tell if that was Black Hole or Liberation. But yeah, getting rid of these 1-drops would be smart. Because again, if they stay for a while, that could be, 2 swings going for lethal.
Yeah, although this Kid deck kind of is a little different because it is going to play into the capabilities of the restand. So you do
Yep.
want to just play out your big bodies while you can. And there goes that Basil. I believe you would have been able to give it.
Yeah, but you might
Blocker.
want to save it for another time.
Oh, maybe he wants to put pressure, get his life down. He does have the Nico Robin in life all in hand also, so maybe he's gonna wait till after. Try to get him down a bit. And we do see Wise Guy grabbing the Vasco shot here. Maybe potentially gonna try to wall up. Nope. There's the black hole.
I'm assuming Wise Guy is going to use leader ability, but I'm not sure. Okay, he did it. So that Nico Robin is online.
Yep, that Nico Robin will be able to trash one of Wise Guy's life, which is something that Wise Guy wants to typically have, is get the life to hand. So here he's going to give a counter. This Nico Robin will still trash one life from Wise Guy. So he's down 2 cards, essentially, that he would have had. Imagine if he would have took the life.
Also, I can't remember. That 3-cost Zoro, is that an on-play ability or a static ability for the
It's
rush?
a static ability. You have to have less life to your opponent.
Yeah. Or it's 2 or less life. Yes.
No, you just
less
have to have
life.
less life. You gain rush.
So those will come in handy in the later game.
Oh, yeah. I have seen a
Opposite
green-yellow
seeker.
law.
That looks like a Satori trigger coming out.
Oh, yep, there is the Satori trigger. So now Magi's going
Liberation.
wide just like he wants here. Yeah, there it goes. Being able to KO 2 bodies that turn. Absolutely nasty card. And finally uses leader ability here, going into the 8-Dawn turn, I believe.
Yeah, 8-Dawn turn.
3 cards in hand, pretty low for Wise Guy, however, but not sure if he's gonna just continue to pressure life and then establish the kid to be able to get that draw.
He
Or just
could
go
also
wide.
play
Oh, the
Zoros
Zoro.
this turn, yeah. And then make him use another liberation so he's not playing anything meaningful on the board.
Oh, that is true. 5-Dawn left, too. So their swing is going through.
I think he has another Zoro, too. I mean, he can't use it now,
He's
but
probably going to grab 10 drop out of this. Or the Kuzan if he's actually... He might grab the Kuzan if he's looking for options.
yep.
So we do know now he's going to be down 2 10 drops here. And he's getting another poke in. We know he's got a brick in hand as well.
I also know, I'm not sure if he's running it, but I know Kid sometimes runs that 5-drop of Rouge.
Oh, the vanilla?
The 5/7 vanilla, yeah.
Ends up countering again. Down to 2 cards in hand. We know one of them being the Kuzan here, which means not much counter in hand for this Blackbeard here.
Or, you know what, he might be trying to establish 2 more characters. And I think that's what he's doing.
Oh, there's the the Zoro, and maybe the Scratchman Apu.
Scratchman
Yep.
Apu blocker. And an X-Drake. And that's also a card to think about for a Wise Guy.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to potentially establish Burgess, that will be the answer to it as well, especially with that low of a hand size. Won't be able to get around it.
Well, yeah, I didn't notice how low Blackbeard's hand was.
Yeah, it's been down bad this game. So this Lafitte search is popping off. This Lafitte will not last after this turn because he does have the Luffy to be able to swing into it.
I think Wise Guy might still have a Vasco shot. Might be trying to find a Liberation.
Liberation is going to be what he needs here. Yep.
But yeah, you have to. So get rid of 2. We'll still be able to block with the Poo, so he'll be able to save the Satori.
However, after this Liberation, at best, he can just establish the 2-drop
Yeah.
Vasco.
Yeah,
Probably
Wise-
going to pitch the Kuz. Oh, that was a black hole.
Yeah.
Looking for some type of counter. So he was bricked because if that's what he has the Kuzan and the Liberation, one other card.
Yeah, there's a Daku. Yeah, he just hasn't been able to establish anything meaningful.
Yep, so 6 Liberation's going to pop off. Is he going to just hit both Zoros?
Probably both Zoro since the Tori's rested.
Yep, so both Zoros are going to leave the field. Maybe swing 8 or 7 into that last Satori. Oh. That's pretty good. At least able to clear 3 bodies this turn. Swinging 5 into the Satori. Matt G debating on countering it. Honestly, worth saving it.
Yeah.
And Wise Guy might pitch for ability here.
Yeah, he kind of has to against Kid in this late game.
Yeah. So we do know that what one of these cards are, or no, we don't know what this card is. We knew he had a Daku, we knew he had the Liberation and Kuzan.
Basil. I don't think you even, right now, I don't think you need to put down Kid. Put down Basil, maybe he could play 2 characters this turn.
Potentially. Looks like he might be opting to try to just go lethal here.
He could, because Wise Guy with that life has 2 in hand, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep, now has 2.
Because I don't think it's technically perfect math, but if Wise Guys pitches his whole hand, I don't think there's any way to come back from that.
No, not at all. Gets a My Era, is able to find a 2K there. Surprised he didn't just swing 5 with the Luffy first. And that is game.
Yeah.
Wow. Matt G takes the win from the Blackbeard. So Yellow Kid will be going into the finals against the Bonnie.
Yep. Yeah, forcing those liberations is just really tough. 'Cause
Yeah.
again, without establishing bodies, I mean, going wide with Zoros, being able to restand them, it makes it really tough.
Yeah. And we did talk to Matt G earlier, and when I was speaking to him, he seems like he is not that worried about what he's going to face in the upcoming matches. The only thing he was afraid of was Shanks, and Shanks was knocked by the Blackbeard player. So going into the finals with full confidence, even against the Bonnie.
I'm actually curious why Shanks is a bad matchup. I feel like it would be actually like pretty decent.
Just the board control. He stated it was
Yeah.
through the Rayleigh and the Red Hawks. He was able to keep him under control. So
That's true.
very unfortunate. That was, I believe, his only loss in Swiss.
Yeah. Now we don't know the winner of the other match, but either way, it's going to be a Kid and Bonnie in the finals. I'm curious how this matchup is going to go, but I don't think it's favored either way, to be honest.
No.
Because that life burn will start to hurt.
Yeah, and then Bonnie likes to take it to hand. So it all depends on how Matt G ends up doing it. So Hydra Gunner, this is top 16. So this was top 4 match. So we will, in a little bit, we're going to be taking a little break here before the finals. So we know Yellow Kid will be going on to the finals against the Bonnie. The other match is a mirror match right now. So it is Morphine versus Jesus. So I'm really excited to see who makes it out of there to fight for the last of the box.
Yeah. I'm actually excited for this finals. I'm curious how it does. And also, too, Kid has access to Rygo. I believe he is playing Rygo right now.
Kid does have access to it. I'm not sure if he does. I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, I might have saw 1 or 2. If anything, you'd be running like 2.
I think he is running Damped Punk and I believe Blaze Slice as well.
Yeah, Blaze Slice is going to help for when he tries to wall up with Kid. And then Damp Punk will be really great for when Bonnie drops their first 5-drop. Just get rid of it, and it'll set Bonnie back quite a bit.
Yeah. So man, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm kind of rooting for the Yellow Kid. It's something different. I haven't really seen it played much.
It's tough for me to root against Bonnie, but I think I'm going to have to for this one.
Yeah, but either way, Bonnie's still a very, formidable opponent to go into the finals against. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Does your homegirl take it or does this Kid take it?
I don't know. Depends how many Hodies she sees.
That is true. That is very true. But we will be taking a short break here while we are waiting for the last round to finish. There's still about, looks like 17 minutes left before overtime, but we're just waiting on one pair right now. So we'll be right back.
I forgot the other guy's Bondi name.
All right, and we are back for the finals of this case tournament for OP10. It took a little while. It was a Bonnie mirror match. Both players were taking their time.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable though, because literally one wrong move
Yeah.
and one wrong attack or sequence, the game's over.
And obviously both players are trying to make it to the final round. But
Yeah.
finally the game ended in overtime, actually. So we are going to be starting the last match here. It is going to be Matt G, who has been on the Yellow Kid, versus Morphine, who is the other Bonnie player here.
James, you have to wear the headset, right?
So, again, I'm kind of rooting for the kid here.
Yeah, it hurts my soul, but yeah, I am too. I think what Bonnie's goal at this point is just to, I mean, obviously it's what Bonnie does, but comfortably get into a kid lock. And then maybe get like a 9-cost Zoro out afterwards. And then Kid is just doing, what always does. Having that electromagnetic, whatever it's called, that KOing a 5, that will be very helpful. If he could pop like a Cavendish or even Smoker on curve. Just because that does set Bonnie back, especially getting rid of that Cavendish.
Yeah. I think you're talking about Damned Punk.
There's so many.
Yeah, Radio
Punk
Knife, I
events.
think, is the green one.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's going to be looking for that Damned Punk to be able to KO a 5. Also Blaze Slice, as we have seen him utilize.
Which will help get past like those Rosinante blockers.
Yeah, Rosinante's, the Tashigi's, because the Tashigi has to rest herself.
Yeah, Tashigi has to rest herself. Besides that one KO event, Kid really isn't running. I don't think anything else that KOs.
So it looks like Magi just rolled a 9. So Magi opting to take second here. Looks like he's going to want to play that Basil Hawkins on curve like he has been doing here.
Looks like you got a Kid that might be 2 Nico Robbins.
You said what?
I was looking at what match he got, but both players opting the mulligan.
Probably looking for the 1-cost Luffy searcher here to look for the supernovas if he cannot find the Basil in this mulligan. If he is able to establish those 1-cost Luffys, he will be able to swing into the, Bonnie searchers that Morphine might be playing. And I'm going to assume that he's not running a Baby 5, because I haven't really seen many people running those anymore.
No, Don Quixote, it's basically out. Main reason, the 10-drop Doflamingo, it's just not a very impactful card in this meta right now. So all that Baby 5 would be searching is just more counter Rosinantes, which is good, but it's taking up slots like you pretty much need to run Zoros now. It's kind of a necessity to be able to go for game.
Yep, and looks like Morphine will be starting us off here. Not sure if he saw a Bonnie searcher. Does not.
Nope.
And looks like Matt G did open up with the Luffy here.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be looking for that Basil if he doesn't have it. If not, Kid. I'm not sure what he grabbed there.
Well, he's going to want to stay.
Looks like found that Kid.
Okay, yeah.
Which, if he gets to that Kid turn, just going to trash a life as well. So ops to swing 7. Magi will take it. Potential trigger here? No trigger.
I think that was Basil.
Oof. Which, if it is the Basil, he found exactly what he wanted.
Yep.
So ends up swinging and resting that Luffy. Might as well. there it goes. Ability is now active. We do see that the Nami is in life that will be able to pop
Yep.
a 5 cost. So, a potential Cavendish or, a carrot, Matt G will now have of ways of getting rid of it.
Yeah, I forgot he was running the Nami. That's also another great card. Depending how Morphine plays this out, I don't think Matchy would just play it, but because that Nami is there, Morphine can't play like a 5-drop and then swing. But it doesn't look like he has a Cavendish. I think he has a carrot, and I think that's probably what he's going to establish.
And he's swinging 5. He ends up blocking with that Basil, making it so that he has to trash that life from the Bonnie. And there goes that carrot. They're freezing the Luffy, which is okay. We don't really care for the Luffy being frozen. And another Basil.
Yeah, and the Basils you kind of want to use early. Yes, it swings, but denying Bonnie cards in hand is good. And then also, too, if he tries to do a kid lock, those Hawkins aren't realistically. You're spending too much Dawn to try and swing it kid.
Yeah.
But it looks like, can't tell if that was a Hootie or another Zoro. Looks like he got Smoker top deck.
Yep. And he is unable to use leader ability since he does have the life face up. So the Basil is just going to be, it's no status blocker ability here. However, if he decides to swing into the leader, that Nami will be able to pop the carrot here.
I think he's going to... I mean, he's going to have to swing in the life, but I think he's going to try and make it where Matt G will use that Nami effect to pop the carrot and safely play down a Smoker, unless...
Maybe a Cavendish?
He doesn't have a Cavendish in hand. And then a Hody, it's not the greatest play, in my opinion.
Yep, so ends up going 6 to life, freezing the Luffy there. Yep. Is going to trigger to knock the carrot. Will trash another Hawkins from hand, which at this point doesn't need it because I believe next turn he is just going to establish the kid, which will trash a life on its own.
Yep.
And also he is now in range for the kid ability as well. Ooh, not sure what we just saw there, but he's deciding on whether he wants to trigger that out or not. Oh, the Zoro.
Yep.
Ends up pitching a law, it looks like. Yep,
Yeah.
ends up pitching a law. And there goes the Smoker right there.
Yeah, the law is nice, but Matchy's goal right now is, I'm assuming, just to do back-to-back 8-drop kids. Also, too, Morphine doesn't have, for this matchup, not the best hand. That Smoker's nice because it has Banish, but no kid, so he can't wall up. He hasn't seen a Cavendish. And I'm not sure, but I don't think there was even I don't think he has like any chump blockers.
I don't think so. Yeah, they would have already been established by this point.
So I think Morphine, realizes the situation, and I think it's going to try and rush him down.
Yeah. So ends up resting the Zoro there. We noticed that he did let her, remind him that the Luffy was stunned from the carrot. They just noticed it a little late there.
Yeah.
But, ends up countering out of that 5K swing and establishes another 5K swing with the leader here. Starting to dwindle the hand. Looks like he's got a lot of zero-cost events in Morphine's hand there.
Depending on his play, so he had 7, so Bonnie's going to go the 9 with Smoker ability. So he'll be able to at least play Shanks to pop a character, but this is where Kid's ability is great. He's going to turn useless Kid into a blocker, so he can't pop it.
Because it's going to go active.
Yep. And with no Kid to hide behind, next turn can play another 8-drop Kid, trash that life, and just start.
And just
paying.
start swinging at life. Oh, chooses to put the
Oh.
Basil active. He's just going to opt to get rid of that last life here.
I think that's okay, because again, even if he plays a 9-drop Shanks, yes, it will get rid of the 8-drop, but then is Morphine going to swing? Because he has no protection.
That is true. So he's reading what Blaze Slice does, and this is the other card that we did see him use to beat the Gecko Moria at the first round of Top Cut here.
Yep.
Being able to rest a 4 cost and also give you a 1k buff, but I believe you have to be at, your opponent has to be at 2 life in order for that Blaze Slice to work.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, not having that kid with the wide board is very tricky.
And Morphine trying to see his options here, but
There really isn't any. He has
Yeah, it's a
some
little rough.
counter events.
he does have the Shanks, looks like.
Couple 2Ks. He has Shanks, which again will get rid of the kid. And then Morphine just can't swing.
Yeah. Do you think it was possibly better just to restand the kid instead of the Basil?
I think the Basil is better just because, again, it's forcing Morphine not to be able to swing.
And we do see that pass happen here.
Yeah.
And we do know, I think Maggi has another useless Captain Kid that will be able to be played out here to trash the last of his
Yeah.
life and just start pinging.
Now, he's not going to be able to turn anything into a blocker. So that could potentially be scary. Because there is a way for Morphine to get lethal, maybe. But Maggi has a lot of 2Ks in hand.
Unless he has a law to be able to heal, there is that.
There's that, but I think just trashing that life might be the best option.
Ends up going 7 at life here.
Yeah, because if he takes this, then he could swing really big. So he's going to maybe try and get some counter out of hand and then play an 8-drop kid. But I think he's doing the math to see if he can get out of a 13 at life.
Yep. And there is, he drops a 0 cost event with his other one here. Still has a decent amount of counter though.
So 5 life, he used those counter events. Then he could still potentially swing 10 with Luffy, but
I don't think even swinging 10 with Luffy is going to be the move here.
no, I don't think it is. I think he's just trying to make things weird. Because with the amount of counter that Maggi has, I don't think he's dying next turn.
Yeah. But this is where that kid being the blocker would have been a little bit better here.
Yeah, they still have another 9K swing.
Yep, the 9K swing, and then if he chose to not
Yeah.
swing again with everything, could have at least established that other one. Oh, he's going to opt to take it. Maybe he's trying to bait him out for that last swing.
I'm pretty positive Morphine does have the counter.
He does. He does have the 0 cost event with another Apu.
Yeah. It's from Matt G's perspective, I think it's also like, what if he gets into an 8-drop kid? So healing is probably good.
So does opt to do the law play, which is the better play here, which will heal him 1. And now he is able to use his leader ability to flip the life
Yep.
and give, you know, one of these characters blocker here. So we do see another useless Captain Kid that was placed in the life. That law needs to put down a supernova in the life for the ability to even work.
Yes.
And the good thing is it does come in face down. So now this completely skews Morphine's turn. Even if he had a rush Hody here, that wouldn't even win him the game.
I don't know what Morphine drew for turn. Looks like Zoro. Maybe Zoro? Can't tell. But again, not a lot of options. We know he has a Rosinante in hand, but I think just one. Oh, he finally got his Cavendish.
Yep, Cavendish is there.
Yeah, a little late for
I
that one.
think I seen a Zoro, not a Zoro, a Hody as well.
There is a Hody, which is what he was going to do this turn until Matt G healed with Law. So that's going to make that pretty difficult.
Yeah, because Matt G looks like he has 4 cards in hand, and those could potentially be all 2Ks as well. 1 down up, maybe for a Blaze Slice counter event as well. I believe Blade Slice is a counter event also.
Yeah, so it's a counter event. It only gives you, I think it gives you 1K for the turn. And then a rest of 4 or less. Oh, only 4 in hand. I thought he had more.
Yeah, 4 in hand, 1 blocker up.
There's potentially, with 4 in hand, he still might opt to do the Hody play.
That is going to be the best option.
Just hoping that those are bricks, but we know I think there's at least 2 2Ks because I saw those Satoris. Which after Hody and doing the math, he can counter out of 1 swing. At the very least.
Yeah. Yeah, overall, very difficult spot here for Morphine. Looks like he might be opting to do the Rosinante, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to math it out.
I think he's trying to see if there is a potential way of surviving another turn. Yeah, that's going to be what he's going to go for.
And here we go, 6K to the Zoro. Ends up giving him a 2K counter there, so we know Matt G is still going to be able to swing with the entire board here. 9 down left. Might be saving for the Hody. 7 banished. Matt G lets it go.
Still not sure how he's going to fully survive the next turn.
Ends up going 11 to the Zoro here, potentially trying to go for somewhat of a board clear.
See, 11 to Zoro. He can technically save it.
Mm-hmm. Ends up going with the Basil. Is the Zoro a 5-6 stat line?
No, it's the Zoro. It's a 3-5.
Oh, and then hides behind a useless Captain Kid with the Rosinante.
He did have the kid. I just didn't recognize the art.
So if Matt G has Blaze Slice, we'll be able to potentially swing over the kid here.
I think he's trying to bait the blocker right now because I believe he has Rygo in hand. But that would also give up one of his life, which I don't know if he could afford to do that right now.
So ends up resting the Zoro there. Gives him a 2K and a 1K. Down to 2 cards in hand. It's a pretty rough spot. Does he have another Law here to be able to heal one more time? Buy him another turn?
If he top decked it, but I think he just needs to get rid of the kid.
Oh, he's going for lethal here potentially.
What does he have Blaze Slay?
Does not have past his turn here. 4 on up. He does have a counter event. Looks like that might be El Thor.
I think that is Elthor, yeah.
Four cards in hand, 2 life, 4 potential swings here from Morphine. At this point, he needs to go for lethal. Not sure what else he drew, but he might just be trying to go for game here.
Yeah, maybe he should have restood that kid earlier instead of the Hawkins. I understood the mentality, though, where it's like, okay, well, if you swing, you're going to die next turn. But now he only has one big body, the contest kid.
Mm-hmm.
But also, too, if Matt G can just survive this turn and Morphine doesn't have Rosinante, he's going to Rygo that kid.
True. I don't think he has Rygo, though.
He does.
Oh, he does. Yes, I do see it now. Ends up giving him the 2K and the 1K there.
So he should. Well, he might be going for a Hody play.
9 Don. Oh, no, that was 2. Yep, there goes the Hody.
Yep. I think that's also, too, why Matt G is keeping up so much Don.
Makes sense. Then the Smoker will restand one of these Don here.
I'm not sure.
Do you take this swing from the Hody? Get the Blaze Slice to at least give you a 1K buff.
The
Shanks is going to be the final nail in the coffin. Just all comes down
Yeah,
to
I feel like you can't afford the banish right now. But I think depending on this last life, I think Morphine might have it.
Yep. The Veggie.
Oh, if only.
3 cards in hand. We know one of them's an Elthor. One of them is a Blaze Slice as well. So at least a minimum of 5K counter here.
Yeah, and here's where you just got to use L4. Pretty positive that was L4.
Yep, and there is Elthor getting him up to 9.
Yep, so we're going to bank on what's in this last life.
And that is game. Very unfortunate there for Matt G. Was rooting for the kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even notice that was Kid in his hand. I thought that was Hody.
I thought so too. So that was just exactly what Morphe needed to see right there. I feel like Matt G played it to a T. Both players did. Obviously, we saw Morphine didn't have much to do very early on. The only thing I think the Matt G should have did was restand that kid. Then Shanks would not have been able to knock it. Would have been able to establish another kid the turn after to at least trash the life to guarantee it gone, and then just poke with the rest.
Yeah.
So very good from both players, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
right
I think honestly that was the only misplay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was a great match.
That was a very great match.
That's all. I was really hoping he could just survive. They use that Rygo, but just he had one Rosinante and one kid that whole game, and that's all he needed.
Yep, and that's what brought him back from actually losing.
Yeah. That was
losing that
very
whole
rough
match,
in the beginning.
not being able to search it or nothing. But that is the conclusion of the case tournament here today at the Abode. Morphine ended up winning, and we'll be taking 96 packs, which I believe is 4 booster boxes. I think that's how it got divvied out, with a 16 top cut split.
Yeah.
So overall, still ends up taking home a lot of prizing for himself. Maybe he's gonna pull the manga law. Someone did pull it from prizing or participation today. So
yeah, so that case may be cooked.
It might be. But if you guys enjoy the content, make sure you guys are tuning in on Wednesdays. Wednesdays are One Piece League nights. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to revamp it, but that is when we will be up and live again. So make sure you guys are following the channel. You know, subscriptions, if you guys don't want to see, I know the ads, I did turn them off without them, though, for the finals. But, very long day. Bonnie ends up taking it in a 86-man tournament, I believe is what we had.
Yeah, I'm still happy with that.
Bonnie took first on 85. 85-person tournament today. Bonnie taking first place today. So absolutely great day.
Yeah.
And without it, that's pretty much it. That's the end of the stream.